he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
And viewers, moving on, plumes of smoke spotted near the US Embassy in Kuwait as Iranian retaliatory strikes enter their third day, raising fresh alarm across the Gulf. In fact, the embassy has issued a high alert, warning of ongoing missile and drone threats over Kuwait and urging citizens to take shelter. In fact, sirens and explosions were reported across the city following the latest wave of attacks, even as Kuwaiti authorities say the drones targeting the country were intercepted. With tensions escalating and threats ongoing, Kuwait stays on high alert as the region braces for further fallout. Take a look.
Black smoke billowed near the US Embassy in Kuwait City, triggering alarm across the Gulf region as Iranian retaliatory strikes intensified. Sirens and loud explosions over the city were heard following the latest volley of Iranian attacks across Kuwait. The US Embassy has not confirmed a direct hit on its compound, but issued a stark warning to its citizens. In a security alert, the embassy said there is a continuing threat of missile and UAV attacks over Kuwait, urging people not to approach the facility and to shelter indoors. The situation remains fluid, with heightened alerts across the region and fears of further escalation. With missile threats ongoing and regional tensions rising, Kuwait remains on high alert as the Gulf braces for further escalation.
As we speak, a big breaking news coming in from Iraq. A new Iranian missile have reportedly targeting American sites in Erbil. And there are continuous updates coming in as far as Iran's offensive on US sites are concerned. A US site has been targeted in Erbil in Iraq. And that's the latest update coming in. Iraq has been hit, especially a US site. We don't have the confirmation of what site exactly it is, but a site belonging to the United States have been targeted in Erbil. There are several other sites belonging to the United States, whether they are naval bases or Air Force bases or US embassies in the Middle East. They have been targeted by Iranian drones. And a new update coming in from Iraq. The fact that Iranian missile have reportedly targeted American sites in Erbil. Iran has launched a new wave of missiles in Iraq. And these are the updates coming in from Erbil, and more breaking news coming in. Iran is launching a new wave of missile at Bahrain. Now, first in Iraq, now in Bahrain, which has been hit by a new wave of missiles. New wave of missiles hit the Bahrain city. And that's the latest update coming in as the US continues to maintain its stand that it is going to be much more than what Iran has seen, and that the US is very much prepared for a harder stance on Iran, but Iran retaliates harshly. Iran has launched a more offensive. And the conflict, viewers, the Iran and Israel conflict is widening into the Gulf, with Bahrain emerging as a major flashpoint as we just broke the update. Iranian missiles and drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick smoke over the skies, damaging key facilities. In fact, US officials say the base remains operational with no major casualties, though nearby civilian areas were also hit, with a critical American military hub under fire. Bahrain is on high alert as fears grow of wider regional war.
The Middle East stands on the brink of a wider war. What began as a deadly exchange between Israel, the United States and Iran has now exploded into a regional confrontation with missiles, drones and airstrikes lighting up skies across the Gulf. And in Bahrain, the escalation has struck at the very heart of American naval power in the region. Iranian missiles and attack drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick black smoke into skies above and triggering alarms across the island nation. Missiles and one-way attack drones struck headquarters buildings, service centers and communication structures at the base. Despite the scale of the strikes, US officials say the base is impacted and continues limited operations, with no major American casualties confirmed. Meanwhile, some projectiles also hit nearby civilian areas, damaging buildings and triggering panic as sirens echoed across the capital. With a critical US military hub under fire and threats ongoing, Bahrain now stands on high alert, a stark sign of a widening conflict that threatens to engulf the entire West Asia.
And viewers, moving on, in a major escalation in West Asia, plumes of smoke were seen rising from Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refining complex after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone reportedly struck the facility. In fact, the refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East, with a capacity of nearly 550,000 barrels per day, serves as a critical export hub for Saudi crude. In fact, the temporary disruption has sparked fresh concerns over global oil supplies and energy security.
Plumes of thick smoke billowed into the sky after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone struck a major Saudi oil facility, Aramco. The target, the Ras Tanura oil refining complex on Saudi Arabia's Gulf Coast, one of Middle East's largest refineries, processing nearly 550,000 barrels of crude per day and serving as a crucial export hub for global energy markets. Operations at the facility were temporarily halted, triggering fresh concerns over global oil supply. What is unfolding now risks widening into a larger regional confrontation. Gulf states exercising restraint so far could get into offensive mode. Gulf states say they have a right to defend their sovereignty. Iran continues relentless attacks, only escalating the regional war as the world watches.
Moving on, breaking news coming in. Netanyahu has said Iran represents 50 times North Korea in terms of danger. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that the war with Iran will be quick and decisive, not endless. So he's clearly citing and hinting towards an endless war. It is going to be quick and decisive. And he's also saying that Iran is more dangerous than North Korea. Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran holds more powers, 50 times more than North Korea in terms of danger. And Netanyahu's big statement coming in as the war continues with Iran. And he said that there will be quick and decisive reactions, which is not going to be endless. And that's the latest update coming in, viewers. Netanyahu making a big statement there that Iran represents 50 times North Korea in terms of danger. As we know that the nuclear powers and the nuclear facilities of Iran have been targeted. There were multiple talks that the US tried to hold diplomatically with Iran over the nuclear power, but those went in vain. and the offensive then was subsequently launched in terms of threats that the US had felt, and in coordination with Israel, the strikes were done on Iran, which is now retaliating harshly, which is when Netanyahu has said that Iran is more dangerous than North Korea. Big statement coming in. He says Iran is 50 times more dangerous than North Korea. And after 3 days of relentless US and Israeli bombardment targeting the IRGC's launch sites, the question remains, what does Tehran have left in its arsenal? Despite losing nearly 500 missiles in opening salvos, Iran continues to fire from its vast hardened subterranean silos, from hypersonic threats to long-range Israeli killers. We take a look at the 5 missiles that still define Iran's strike power.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr-4 and the Sejal missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
And now, as Iran faces heavy bombardment, Tehran has unleashed swarms of Shahed 136, also known as the suicide drones, to overwhelm the Iron Dome systems. In fact, the 136 is causing high-tech headaches for air defenses across the Middle East. We take a closer look at the kamikaze drone defining its conflict.
Multiple drones targeted high-profile infrastructure in Dubai, with a strike confirmed at the Fairmont Palm Hotel in Jumeirah district. Shahed 136 drones targeted Aramco's RAS Tanura refining facility in Saudi Arabia. Videos show fire and chaos. The suicide drones have also struck a US military base in Bahrain as it nosedives and explodes upon impact. The Shahed drones have also struck a RAF military base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. The Shahed 136 drones are low-cost delta-wing kamikaze or suicide drone developed by Iran. It is designed to fly to a pre-programmed coordinate and detonate on impact. In the unfolding conflict in West Asia, these drones have been the spearhead of Iran's asymmetric response to the assassination of its supreme leader.
And tensions in the Middle East have now reached the United Arab Emirates, where overnight missile interceptions over major cities caused disruptions at Dubai International Airport and damage in residential areas once considered far from the front line. The UAE is now feeling the direct impact of the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran.
The UAE has now become a flashpoint as tensions between Israel and Iran spill into Gulf skies. Air defense systems lit up overnight, intercepting incoming missiles over major Emirati cities. American assets targeted across UAE by Iran. Operations at Dubai International Airport disrupted amid destruction and panic. Thick smoke rose over Sharjah and parts of Dubai after missile struck residential zones. A region once seen as insulated from war is now facing direct fallout from the escalating conflict.
And viewers, coming up next, all the updates from the war that is raging in. Donald Trump has declared that Iran operations likely to last 4 or 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Donald Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 or 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
PM Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions. United States says the 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war fighting to continue. 2 Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh, damage reported.
And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks. But we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the country is not joining the Iran war, but ready for defensive action. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news that is coming in from West Asia war. Iran said we will attack ships passing the Strait of Hormuz. This is a very big threat to the entire industry and all the shipping route. They said we will attack ships passing the Strait of Hormuz. And this comes as a very big statement, very, very big update coming in from the Middle East. Iran has now specifically warned that it will attack ships trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz. So, ladies and gentlemen, this becomes official. Now there is a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz because it is of very strategic importance, the Strait of Hormuz, and it is the oil route, the ships, the tankers, all of the shipping vessels pass through this route, and this is a very big threat to all the shipping industry because they will blockade it now. And they have said that we will attack the ships that will try to pass the Strait of Hormuz. The strategic location of Strait of Hormuz is very important because it is a center point, a central point, and it's very close to Iran and also very close to the American bases around the Strait of Hormuz. And this comes as a very big news, and not just for the neighboring countries, but for the entire globe, because this will directly impact the oil supply, not just to other countries, but even to India also. So this is a very big development where Iran has warned that we will attack ships that will try to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Very big development in this case. All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Donald Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a colossal threat to America. He also claimed that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and that the US is destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Here is more on the story in this special report.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, plumes of smoke spotted near the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City as Iranian retaliatory strikes enter their third day, raising fresh alarm across the Gulf. The embassy has issued a high alert, warning of ongoing missile and drone threats over Kuwait and urging citizens to take shelter. Sirens and explosions were reported across the city following the latest wave of attacks, even as Kuwaiti authorities say drones targeting the country were intercepted. With tensions escalating and threats ongoing, Kuwait stays on high alert as the region braces for further fallout.
Black smoke billowed near the US Embassy in Kuwait City, triggering alarm across the Gulf region as Iranian retaliatory strikes intensified. Sirens and loud explosions over the city were heard following the latest volley of Iranian attacks across Kuwait. The US Embassy has not confirmed a direct hit on its compound, but issued a stark warning to its citizens. In a security alert, the embassy said there is a continuing threat of missile and UAV attacks over Kuwait, urging people not to approach the facility and to shelter indoors. The situation remains fluid, with heightened alerts across the region and fears of further escalation. With missile threats ongoing and regional tensions rising, Kuwait remains on high alert as the Gulf braces for further escalation.
In a major escalation in West Asia, plumes of smoke were seen rising from Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refining complex after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone reportedly struck the facility. The refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day, serves as a critical export hub for Saudi crude. The temporary disruption has sparked fresh concerns over global oil supplies and energy security. Watch this report.
Plumes of thick smoke billowed into the sky after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone struck a major Saudi oil facility, Aramco. The target, the Ras Tanura oil refining complex on Saudi Arabia's Gulf Coast, one of Middle East's largest refineries, processing nearly 550,000 barrels of crude per day and serving as a crucial export hub for global energy markets. Operations at the facility were temporarily halted, triggering fresh concerns over global oil supply. What is unfolding now risks widening into a larger regional confrontation. Gulf states exercising restraint so far could get into offensive mode. Gulf states say they have a right to defend their sovereignty. Iran continues relentless attacks, only escalating the regional war as the world watches.
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. Another big development, big update coming in from the Middle East. And now Saudi Defense Ministry has released a statement saying that a total of 8 Iranian attack drones have been downed. That means intercepted and downed so far tonight near the cities of Riyadh and Al-Kharj, following reports that at least 2 drones targeted and struck the US embassy in Riyadh. And this is the latest development in this news, in this ongoing war in the entire West Asia. The entire Middle East has been engulfed in this ongoing tension, the war between Iran and the United States plus Israel. Now, Saudi Arabia has released, the Saudi Defense Ministry has released a statement saying that a total of 8 Iranian attack drones have been downed so far tonight near the cities of Riyadh and Al-Kharj, following reports that at least 2 drones targeted and struck the US embassy in Riyadh. So all the US naval assets, all the US bases, and also the military personnel, as per the intel received by the Iranian authorities, the IRGC, they are also being targeted, whether they are in hotels or whether they are in some other location. That's why you also saw how drones were targeting high-rise buildings in the Middle Eastern region, because they were targeting the CIA headquarters, they were targeting the military personnel, which were shifted from the bases because they knew that Iran will retaliate. Now, Iran is hitting back very hard. However, Saudi Arabia now claims that some of the drones have been intercepted, and the Saudi Defense Ministry has released a statement saying that a total of 8 Iranian attack drones have been downed so far tonight near the cities of Riyadh and Al-Kharj, following reports that at least 2 drones targeted and struck the US embassy in the Riyadh. Because the volume of the drones that are being launched by Iran was unprecedented, never imagined, uncontrollable. You cannot manage Iran at this level because it has a huge stockpile of weapons, huge stockpile of drones, a huge stockpile of missiles, ballistic missiles and whatnot, kamikaze drones like the Shaheed 136 drones, which can inflict harm to big vessels, to buildings, and can do a lot of damage. All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, the Iran-Israel conflict is widening into the Gulf, with Bahrain emerging as a major flashpoint. Now, Iranian missiles and drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick smoke over the skies, damaging key facilities. Now, US officials say the base remains operational with no major casualties, though nearby civilian areas were also hit, with a critical American military hub under fire. Bahrain is on high alert as fears grow of a wider regional war. Watch this report.
The Middle East stands on the brink of a wider war. What began as a deadly exchange between Israel, the United States and Iran has now exploded into a regional confrontation, with missiles, drones and airstrikes lighting up skies across the Gulf. And in Bahrain, the escalation has struck at the very heart of American naval power in the region. Iranian missiles and attack drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick black smoke into skies above and triggering alarms across the island nation. Missiles and one-way attack drones struck headquarters buildings, service centers and communication structures at the base. Despite the scale of the strikes, US officials say the base is impacted and continues limited operations, with no major American casualties confirmed. Meanwhile, some projectiles also hit nearby civilian areas, damaging buildings and triggering panic as sirens echoed across the capital. With a critical US military hub under fire and threats ongoing, Bahrain now stands on high alert, a stark sign of a widening conflict that threatens to engulf the entire West Asia.
Now, let's move on to another big development, another big breaking news that is coming in from the West Asian tensions that are ongoing as the war escalates. Now, US Vice President J.D. Vance has reiterated Trump's stance, saying Iran can never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. That is the goal of this operation. That is the reason why Iran is being attacked by the United States of America and Israel in a joint operation, the Operation Fury, Epic Fury, and they say that this is the goal of this operation. Also, the highlight is that President J.D. Vance has said that Trump will not get the United States into a multi-year conflict. That is a years-long conflict with no clear objective. We cannot afford that. So, another big statement coming in from J.D. Vance, who's saying that there's no way Trump will let US get into a multi-year conflict. So, Vice President J.D. Vance has dismissed the notion that the US operation in Iran would lead to a prolonged conflict. On Monday, he cleared this and saying that there is no way Donald Trump would let Washington end up in a multi-year conflict. And he also clearly said that what's so different about this is that the president has clearly defined what he wants to accomplish. The mission, the objective is clear. This is what Vance has told to the press, to the media in his address. And he says there's no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective. And this also, he added that what is different about Donald Trump, and it's frankly different from Republicans and Democrats of the past, is that he's not going to let his country go to war unless there is a clearly defined objective. He defined that objective as Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and has to commit long term to never try to rebuild their nuclear capability. It's pretty clear, it's pretty simple, and I think that means that we are not going to get into the problems that we have had with Iraq and Afghanistan. So Vance has clearly stated that our goal is clear. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. All right, viewers, a dramatic footage shows a US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle crashing near Al-Jahra, Kuwait, with both the pilot and weapons systems officer ejecting safely. Meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing US-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responded to the threat. Watch this report.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle. It went down west of Al-Jahra. A trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapon system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its third day.
All right, viewers, after 3 days of relentless US and Israeli bombardment targeting the IRGC's launch sites, the question remains, what does Tehran have left in its arsenal? Despite losing nearly 500 missiles in the opening salvos, Iran continues to fire from its vast hardened subterranean silos. From hypersonic threats to long-range Israel killers, we take a look at the 5 missiles that still define Iran's strike power. Watch this report.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr 4 and the Sejal missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
All right, viewers, tensions in the Middle East have now reached the United Arab Emirates, where overnight missiles interceptions over major cities caused disruptions at Dubai International Airport and damage in residential areas. Once considered far from the front line, the UAE is now feeling the direct impact of the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Watch this report.
The UAE has now become a flashpoint as tensions between Israel and Iran spill into Gulf skies. Air defense systems lit up overnight, intercepting incoming missiles over major Emirati cities. American assets targeted across UAE by Iran. Operations at Dubai International Airport disrupted amid destruction and panic. Thick smoke rose over Sharjah and parts of Dubai after missile struck residential zones. A region once seen as insulated from war is now facing direct fallout from the escalating conflict.
All right, viewers, as the war escalates in the Middle East, neither the United States nor Iran are ready to back down. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now said that United States aims to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and would also favor a regime change. Watch this report.
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
Well, it feels Donald Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a colonial threat to America. He also claimed that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and that US is destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Here is more on the story.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime, and they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, too, Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh. Damage reported. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We will get to what is happening in the war against Iran. President Trump, US President Trump says that the tension and the military strikes could last for about 4 to 5 weeks. It could go on longer. We'll get to all the details, the breaking updates, the analysis here, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we are tracking right now. Prime Minister Modi speaks with the King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of the Indian community amid West Asia tensions. USA 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war, fighting to continue. Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh, damage reported.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operation likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but the US is prepared to go far longer. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the country is not joining Iran war, but ready for defensive action. Okay, some big breaking news coming it's been 48 hours, more than that, into the war, and the US Central Command has now released a new video of what it calls Operation Epic Fury. Remember, the operation against Iran has been called Operation Epic Fury. US says Operation Epic Fury involves the largest regional concentration of American military firepower in a generation. So we see that the Central Command has been putting out these videos and is updating as to what exactly is happening. So let's put out those pictures. New video of Operation Epic Fury, new pictures on your screen. Let's move ahead. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Another big update coming in this morning from the United States. The U.S. Central Command has now said that 6 U.S. service members have been killed in action in the West Asia war. The Central Command said the U.S. forces recently recovered the remains of 2 previously unaccounted for service members from a facility that was struck during Iran's initial attacks in the region. The United States says major combat operations are continuing. The identities of the fallen are being withheld until 24 hours after the next of kin notification. So there are more updates coming in. Yesterday, we told you that 3 American soldiers had lost their life, and now that number has gone up. So the number has gone up to 6 now. And there's some more American casualties in terms of 6 soldiers losing their life here. Now, we know that every life, every casualty puts pressure domestically there in the United States when it comes to military casualties. I want to go to Major Samarpal Tur, who is a defense expert, has been joining us. Let's go to Major Tur. Now 6, we know that the latest update coming in, 6 American soldiers have lost their life. And, President Trump has said, in the latest statement which has come in, he said that it's very, very possible that that number might go up. So, and he's also said that these tensions, escalations, the strikes will continue for a month or more. How do you read the evolving situation?
You see, if a statement has been given that the situation might be the same for a month more, that means we are looking at the air offensive and the total desecration of the Iranian launchers. So the issue is that the Iranians do not have any dearth of missiles and drones. They are abundantly very high in number, but the launching platforms, the launch vehicles are very limited. And for launching that, the vehicles have to come out from these underground complexes momentarily outside and then launch. Well, those sites have also been taken out. So the issue is that the drones are being launched, and drones are small in size, but the damage caused, in terms of collateral and psychological fear psychosis is almost equivalent to that of an air attack. So some way or the other, the Iranians are able to compensate, and they're carrying out these attacks. And what has come to light is that they have actually been helped by their neighboring Gulf countries in homing on to the hotels where these American soldiers have been stationed. So that has come to light, and it has become a major concern as to how this intel has been leaked. And IRGC is aware of the location of these American troops and the hotels that they're staying in. So that increases the vulnerability. Other than that, the intensity of operations by the CENTCOM are going to only increase by the day. And when a statement comes that, unapologetically they are going to carry on with the air operations, means that, there will be civilian casualties. And unfortunately, on the first day of the war, there was a bus carrying 40 girls in Iran that got struck. So you see, in war, attrition is going to be there. There will be some miscommunications as well, as we saw in Kuwait when the 3 F-15s were shot down by a friendly fire by the Kuwaiti air defense systems. So you see, right now, this is the fog of war. It is the initial phase. A picture will be more clear within the coming week as to how they progress and what other tactical sites are they going to hit other than the nuclear sites. And there is a very high probability of Iran using dirty bombs. There is 400 kg of 60% enriched uranium still unaccounted for. So that is a very serious cause of concern. And right now, I'm very sure that the American intelligence
Okay.
agencies
Major
are
Toor.
looking for that.
Major Toor.
Yes.
Yes, Major Toor, we are putting some pictures out on our screen. So we're putting these pictures out. These are from the Central Command. The U.S. Central Command has put out pictures of the military firepower. They have put multiple videos out of their military, of their weapons. If you could just help our viewers really understand what they are looking at, because the latest video and the latest pictures, the Central Command says that this is one of the largest concentrations of American military power in the region.
You see, they have an enormous amount of their, refueler aircrafts. So they are enormous in number. That is what is keeping the air operations going, right over Iran. And other than that, they have the B-2 Spirit bombers. They have the F-35s. They have the F-22 Raptors. They have their Fa-18 Hornets. They have their MH-60s and, Chinook helicopters. Other than that, in this warfare, I'm very sure that they are going to use directed energy weapons, which are in terms of, being used as lasers to shoot down the incoming drones, which are more practically affordable and a cheaper means of countering drones. So, all these things are happening simultaneously. The amount of Tomahawk missiles that they have actually fired on targets, which have been flying at the nape of the earth, which are undetectable on radar. So that is another missile which has come out to be very effective, and they're very pinpoint and precise in their targeting systems. Then their encrypted communication systems and jamming. I mean, we all have seen visuals of ships being jammed in the Strait of Hormuz. So the jamming systems and the radar systems are coming out to be very effective. And there are even speculations which are saying that the 3 F-15s which were brought down were probably by some electromagnetic pulse system provided by China to the Iranians. So, things will be more clearer, as I said, after another week of the bombings and the war that takes place. There is going to be new discoveries of, these secret undisclosed weapon systems which might be there on ground in Iran. But end of the day, the big question arises now is that, people are saying that taking out Khomeini at the start of the war might result in a miscalculated move by unifying the larger and more pockets of the population in Iran. So
hold on. Yes, Major Toor, we're getting some updates coming in. I really want your perspective on this. So let's go ahead to the next breaking update. Israeli Air Force successfully intercepted 2 unnamed aerial vehicles in the western airspace of Galilee. The Israeli Air Force said it has intercepted 2 unmanned aerial vehicles that crossed from Lebanon. This comes when a new Israel versus Hezbollah front has opened between Israel and Lebanon in West Asia war. Israel Air Force intercepts an unmanned aerial vehicle. I want to go back to Major Toor. Major Toor, a quick response from you here, because now we've seen it's a multi-front war. This is not just US, Iran, and Israel being involved here. We're talking, it's a multi-front war. Now we see Iran's proxies, the Hezbollah. They have been supporting Iran. Now, so there's one more angle, there's one more front there between Israel and Lebanon. Your perspective, how do you see this situation really play out? Because Iran's proxies have become very active.
Well, Ishita, on the 2nd of March in the evening, the IDF has taken out a very key important person in Lebanon itself, in a place called Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. So his name is Hassan Maklad. So Hassan Maklad is, he was the head of the intelligence of the whole Hezbollah faction. So, a pinpointed precision strike, it has taken him out, he has been eliminated. And because of that, now there is going to be a backlash and a response And we must not forget that factions like Hezbollah in Lebanon was and is funded and weaponized by the Iranian regime, followed by ISIS, which is presently operating in Iraq, and the Iraqi militia is also being funded by the Iranian government. Other than that, we have the Houthis in Yemen. So you see, the Iranian regime has telltale signs of its economical support. Financial networking has been dismantled basically by the IDF. So that is what is making the Hezbollah hit back at Tel Aviv.
Okay.
So I think in the coming few days, the intensity of attacks are going to
getting some more breaking news. Mijatur, getting some more breaking news. I'm coming to you. Iran has now warned that it will attack ships trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Big update coming in here. Big warning coming in. Big warning coming in. Iran says will attack ships. Any ship that is passing through the Hormuz Strait, they will be attacking. They will be attacking because they have closed. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, which means that 20% of the global oil shipments are blocked. This is a very important update, a very important angle that we are tracking here. I just want to go back to Major Tour on this. Now, we see that Iran is saying Iran only controls only one part of the Strait of Hormuz, Major Tour. Now, they will say whoever tries to come anywhere close to the Strait of Hormuz will be attacked.
I mean, the ships that they have been attacked so far are, as of now, there are total of 4 ships that have been attacked, and they basically belong to small nations like the Gibraltar and the Marshall Islands, and they were basically carrying oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and they were hit by projectiles off Oman and the UAE coast. So that is the reason that, they are deliberately targeting the energy providers in the region. So they have struck the liquid natural gas in Qatar. Then they've attacked oil rig belonging to UAE. They've hit the Aramco oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, which has had a significant damage, looking at it with the satellite imageries which are available. So you see, this is a message. What Iran is trying to put across is that if the allies, the Gulf countries which are allies to the US and are energy providers to the world, if they stop providing energy to the world, probably all other countries are going to put pressure onto the US to stop the war as soon as possible. So it is just building pressure by attacking its neighboring Gulf countries and especially their commercial lifelines, which are related to gas and oil. And because of that, probably there will be pressure on the US.
Yes, before I let you go, we'll put out some more pictures for our viewers. And we have seen how Iran is going ahead with its retaliatory strikes, striking Gulf nations, trying to strike US bases on its neighbors' territory. We have seen those pictures play out. But I just want a quick response for you on that, because everywhere we have seen Kuwait, we have seen Bahrain, we have seen Dubai, all these places being struck by Iranian drones, Iranian strikes. These are cheap drones, Iran's Shahid drones, but they're very modern. They use AI targeting. They are a very concerning military weapon that Iran has. Just a quick response from you on that, Major Tour.
Ishita, let's not forget that, maybe a decade ago, there were downing of the American Reaper drones over Iran. So over the years, the Iranians have reverse engineered these drones and have like the RQ-170. They are the different versions of their drone systems, and they are stealth drones. They cannot be tracked, and then especially the game changer has been the Shahid 136, which carries approximately 45 to 50 kg of explosives. It can evade radar because it is a mix of wood and carbon fiber. So
Yes.
it is covered with a coating which absorbs radio frequency waves.
All right.
So as a result, they have drones like the Ababil 5. So they have ranges up to 2,000 kilometers. There is one more drone which they call Kaman. So that has a flight time of 12 hours. It's a reconnaissance drone. So they have different varieties
Okay.
of drones for different roles. And it is not overnight they have excelled in this technology. They've got assistance from North Korea, China, and Russia in this. And they have now come up with Shahid 136, which is actually coming out to be a menace, which is very cheap drone system. And the counter drone systems what the allied forces are using
All right.
are worth millions
Yes.
of dollars.
Thank you, Major
So
Toor. Thank you, Major Toor. I'm
economical
running out of time here. And we put out the pictures of the Iranian drones, the Shahid drones, which they are using. It is changing modern warfare. I really want to move ahead to some of the other stories you're tracking here, because we will give our viewers a better perspective as to what's happening in West Asia. The plumes of smoke were seen rising from Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refinery. And this is after an Iranian Shahid drone, with the drone that we are talking about, the Shahid 136 drone, the cheap Iranian drones, reportedly struck the facility. The refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East, with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day, serves as a critical export hub for Saudi crude. The temporary disruption has sparked fresh concerns over global oil supplies and energy security. Take a look.
Plumes of thick smoke billowed into the sky after an Iranian Shahid 136 drone struck a major Saudi oil facility, Aramco. The target, the Ras Tanura oil refining complex on Saudi Arabia's Gulf Coast, one of Middle East's largest refineries, processing nearly 550,000 barrels of crude per day and serving as a crucial export hub for global energy markets. Operations at the facility were temporarily halted, triggering fresh concerns over global oil supply. What is unfolding now risks widening into a larger regional confrontation. Gulf states exercising restraint so far could get into offensive mode. Gulf states say they have a right to defend their sovereignty. Iran continues relentless attacks, only escalating the regional war as the world watches.
So some of the other stories you're tracking here. Now, plumes of smoke were spotted near the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City as Iranian retaliatory strikes are continuing. It's been a couple of days now. A lot of fresh alarm is being raised across the Gulf. The embassy has issued a high alert warning of ongoing missile and drone threats over Kuwait and urging citizens to take shelter. Sirens and explosions were reported across the city following the latest wave of attacks, even as Kuwaiti authorities say drones targeting the country were intercepted. With tensions escalating and threats ongoing, Kuwait stays on high alert as the region is bracing for further fallout. Take a look.
Black smoke billowed near the US Embassy in Kuwait City, triggering alarm across the Gulf region as Iranian retaliatory strikes intensified. Sirens and loud explosions over the city were heard following the latest volley of Iranian attacks across Kuwait. The US Embassy has not confirmed a direct hit on its compound, but issued a stark warning to its citizens. In a security alert, the embassy said there is a continuing threat of missile and UAV attacks over Kuwait, urging people not to approach the facility and to shelter indoors. The situation remains fluid, with heightened alerts across the region and fears of further escalation. With missile threats ongoing and regional tensions rising, Kuwait remains on high alert as the Gulf braces for further escalation.
Coming in from Bahrain now, and now violent clashes have been reported in many areas in Bahrain, and the burning of regime vehicles. We see that a lot of updates coming in. Let's tell you exactly what's happening. Now, protesters are burning government vehicles in Bahrain. And the fresh clashes have erupted between the people and the government in Bahrain. So the military has, as well as the civil situation, is getting worse in the Middle East. The protesters are burning government vehicles in Bahrain, clashes between the people and the government in Bahrain amid the escalating the situation that is playing out. So we're putting out some pictures coming in for you. The situation is looking very tense. Like we said, that the fallout of the strikes on Iran are much wider and they're getting bigger. And there's no end to it so far. We're taking a short break, viewers. We will be right back because many updates coming in. The US says 6 soldiers killed in action in West Asia for fighting will be continuing. We are taking a short break. We will continue to be live and breaking. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MTH
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की। सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना। लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, The bottom line is, no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
प्लीज स्टॉप झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी व्हाट आर यू डूइंग
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Today is day 5 of the joint US-Israel versus Iran war that is going on in the Gulf region. Now, there are so many updates that are taking place, but one of the biggest is Donald Trump saying, and not in fact ruling out, the presence of US troops inside of Iran. We'll tell you everything about it and all the latest developments in this war. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. PM Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions. United States say 6 soldiers have been killed in the action in West Asia war, fighting to continue. Two Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh, damage reported.
Beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the country is not joining the Iran war, but is ready for defensive action. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is a big news that is coming in from Israel, where Israel is back-to-back launching strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. So this is another war front that is open in the Middle East region. There's a big breaking news where Hezbollah has in fact said that we have launched drones towards Israel. Violent strikes are taking place now on Israel. Strikes are extremely powerful is what we are getting to know in the latest. This is another war front that is opened amid the conflict that has already been going on after the joint strikes that took place earlier between US, Israel and Iran. So this is tension brewing in this region as well, wherein Israel is, of course, all right. All right, I have with me Major General Rajan Kochar and also Colonel Rajiv Bagga, defense expert, with me. First of all, I would like to come to Major General Rajan Kochar, to you. This is another war front that we are seeing opening where Israel is attacking targets, Hezbollah, and Iran is already definitely trying to engage in the asymmetric warfare with the help of proxies like Hezbollah and Houthis. How it's going to pan out in the future? This is a conflict that is just advancing day after day.
Good morning, Hina. Yes, you're absolutely right. This conflict is expanding as a matter of fact, escalating, I would say, by the day. And what we are seeing is that Donald Trump also in desperation, he's making statements like he's prepared to send the troops. I don't think that will happen, because if it happens, then it's going to be bad news for the US, because from past experiences we have seen whenever boots on grounds have been there, things haven't worked out for the US, and especially when you are entering into a hostile country, when the population is also hostile to you, you will find difficulty. And IRGC is expert in guerrilla warfare, so if you moving your troops there, you're going to face a lot of opposition, and they have not prepared for it, because you need to have a logistic base. You see, if you go back to Iraq, they built up the logistic base in Saudi Arabia. It took months to build up that, kind of thing. So without your logistics coming in, Ukraine war also, we saw in the initial part of war, there was a problem of logistics as far as the Russians were concerned, and they had suffered heavy losses. So I don't think that's a plausible kind of a strategy. But what is happening is, I think the losses which US was not expecting have happened in these last 5 days of war. And that is a setback, especially F-15 fighter jets. 3 of them have been lost, but I am given to understand it is much more than 3. So this exact figure will only come later. And we are also seeing only 6 casualties which have been reported, but on ground what the reports are emanating is far more than 6. And the way the US embassies are being targeted, the way the air base is, especially in Kuwait, we have seen the naval base also being targeted there, and Bahrain, where the ISCO 5th fleet is there. So I think there have been a very strong action by the Iranis. And my last point, you have to remember now how the IRGC is working. They have a mosaic defense strategy in IRGC, where the control is totally decentralized. So what is happening now is, though cyber attacks are taking place in the US, and IRGC leadership is not able to communicate with the junior leadership, but they have practiced this kind of a scenario, and it is now a decentralized command and control. And that's why you are seeing, due to the decentralization command and control, a large number of attacks are taking place in the Gulf countries, and especially on the air bases of America. And the expansion of the conflict with Hezbollah. The reason here is that possibly Israel sees this as a large opportunity to further diminish the strength of Hezbollah, because after this war, I don't think there would be any opportunity which will present itself for Israel to carry out this kind of attacks on Hezbollah. And the last point is the impact, the economic impact. I believe the oil prices have in Europe have gone up by almost 44%. Because they are anticipating a breakdown of supplies this side, and they have actually hiked their prices. So in times to come, the LNG and the CNG aspects also, which I think India will get affected more. Almost 60% of our requirement comes from Qatar, and I believe Qatar has closed that supply now. Now it is this problem is going to magnify because it's not only a military problem now. It is an economic problem which the world will be facing here now.
Major General Rajakocha, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us. I would also like to get inputs from Colonel Rajiv Bagga, defense expert. All right, do we have Colonel Rajiv Bagga? All right. Colonel Rajiv Bagga, I would like to ask you, this is another war front that is opened, but also a lot of people are talking about how Iran is essentially trying to buy time from United States by carrying out attacks through these proxy groups, trying to buy time so that it can rejig its leadership at the top helm, and also it can replenish its arsenal. The IRGC is just getting stronger day by day.
Okay. Good morning to you. Am I audible?
Yes,
yes. Okay, fine. You see that war which has started, and in this, the Iran, we have seen that it is not the Iran which has really ignited the spark. The basic interest of US in this particular Gulf region is all the time oil and the resources, which we all know about it. I don't have to give that details. And that's the reason they have got a multiple bases in all the Gulf countries. Now coming to your question, that is how much that time frame, that how the Iran is going to buy that time. You see, it doesn't. Whatever the weapon system the Iran is using or deploying, it is primarily they're just very basic weapon. They are still waiting for their full flash war, in which they are likely to use the supersonic missiles, and that is going to be actually going to make the entire thing so dirty. And they are also trying to read the battle indicators, and they are also trying to invest the resources of US also. As you saw yesterday, they have shot down one F-15 aircraft, and that means they have got that capacity to counter their any airstrikes also. So it is just the initial days, and rather it is they just finished in the 36 hours or 40 hours. So it is time is will speak, and situation is very fluid. Another thing which I like to add on, though it is not really connected with your question. You know, like the major interest who is basically affected in this entire war. The flashpoint was all the time Israel. You know, like, and Israel was all the time fighting some type of battlefront, and they were looking for somebody to come in. No, USA was finding a reason to step into this zone. And Iran was very much clear that if the war occurs, what strategy I'm going to apply, and in that only, that what will be the time frame, initials, 1 week, what weapon system, so they will go way out to exhaust the kitty, what the US as well as their supporting countries. In any case, the European Union have washed their hands. They don't want to get indulged in any time. The only possibility is that the people who are offering their bases, there's the maximum support as of now US is getting. And this is what exactly Iran wants, that whatever the resources they are getting offered in the initial stage of a war should get exhausted. So this is a big strategy. And you must not, and we must not forget the man on the ground who is born and brought up there, who's very well versed with the entire thing. And we should not forget about the Strait of Hormuz, and which Iran has already said, I'm going to close it. And that is the big challenge for the US forces.
Colonel Rajiv Bagga, I would request you. Yes, I would request you to stay on with us till we give more lowdown on the latest developments of this war to our viewers. Now, viewers, in the latest big breaking news that we're getting is that US has intercepted multiple drones that were targeted towards American base in northern Iraq. This is the latest that we're getting. US continues to target to intercept drones and missiles that are targeted towards its bases in the Gulf region. We have earlier seen how multiple US military bases were targeted in Gulf regions, in Iraq, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. The 5th Fleet, which is located in Bahrain, was targeted. Al Dhafra Air Base, which is located in Kuwait, was targeted. Al Salim Base. All the bases, US military bases, have been targeted by Iran. Now remember, this is a big development here, as another base, this time in northern Iraq, is being targeted by Iran. Iran trying to completely destroy US presence in the Gulf region, and in fact attacking not just the military bases across the region, but also civilian infrastructure, residential buildings, hotels. Now remember, these strikes may have been targeted towards military bases, but the debris also causes damage to residential buildings, to other civilian infrastructure. So this is a big news that we are getting you, as US intercepts Iranian drone aimed at American base in Iraq. This is a developing story. We are yet to ascertain as to how much damage was done. In fact, now this interception took place, but remember, debris causes damage and then triggers fire. We have seen earlier as well. All right, I would like to go back to our guest this morning. Colonel Rajiv Bagga, would like to take your inputs on this another attack on the US base in northern Iraq. How do you read this? Bases after bases being hit. We've already seen Donald Trump talking about how this war can elongate for 4 to 5 weeks, and have not ruled out even for that time period, and said that it may continue even further.
You see, as I said it, that basically President Donald Trump has really crossed a red thin line. Actually, they underestimated Iran. And you need to understand, this is the most powerful country of the entire Gulf region, actually. And if you're talking about the time frame, 4 to 5 months, and they are striking their bases, this is a shuruat. Actually, let me be very, very clear about it. And how it is going to progress. They have to degrade. First thing, they have to degrade the target area. That is what Iran is doing right now. When you don't have a base, from where will you break? Maximum the ships, and if the ships come that Strait of Hormuz is there, that will be choked. So कहने matlab that the things are going to go very heavy on USA. If they are not getting any type of a military base to operate in this Gulf region. You're talking about 4 or 5 weeks. I am talking it will further expand. The only possibility of this is that diplomatic talk, and the US needs to really follow the international law. Even the UN General Secretary, Mr. Antonio, also has given. And another part is the entire world, if you talk about the European Union, even the North Korea, Russia, China, they have said, unintentionally, if Chinese or Russian or any other country gets involved, the things are going to further get dirty in this. And it will further escalate for longer.
Colonel Rajiv Bagga, we have already seen a statement by Donald Trump, who has said that he does not rule out the possibility of US troops in Iran. Now remember, when B-2 bombers hit Iranian nuclear site Natanz last June in 2025, we have already seen these sort of anticipations arising whether Trump will send US troops on ground in Iran. If that happens, what are the repercussions that we can see coming out of Iran?
Yesterday news, in fact, I was going through from your channel movie that Iranian has caused large amount of casualty on their side. That is the 560 naval people. And if you say that Donald Trump, you see that history is evident. They have gone to Vietnam, they went to Afghanistan. What exactly they got? Finally, they walked away. You need to certainly understand what is the aim of a Donald Trump here. He is looking for the resources. He is absolutely not interested, not supporting Israel. If you think that they are the pals, no, they are friends. No. They have got a wrong vision. And the aim, till the time he will not able to succeed in his aims and all that, he is going to continue. And at any cost. And by making earlier statement and all that by Donald Trump, I think it is too early to comment that he will do this or that. Do need to really give a grant that kind of a professional or military caliber as in the part of Iran. So I don't think so that this is whatever the statement he's making has got more weight at this juncture.
Absolutely. Colonel Rajiv Bhagat, thank you so much for joining and giving your inputs at this hour. Thank you once again. Now, shifting our focus to another news. The Iran-Israel conflict is widening into the Gulf, with Bahrain emerging as a major flashpoint now. Now, Iranian missiles and drones have struck the US Navy's Fifth Fleet earlier headquarters in Manama, sending thick smoke over the skies, damaging key facilities. Now, US officials say that the base remains operational with no major casualties so far, though nearby civilian areas were also hit. Now, with a critical American military hub under fire, Bahrain is on high alert as fears continue to grow of a wider regional war. Take a look.
The Middle East stands on the brink of a wider war. What began as a deadly exchange between Israel, the United States and Iran has now exploded into a regional confrontation with missiles, drones and airstrikes lighting up skies across the Gulf. And in Bahrain, the escalation has struck at the very heart of American naval power in the region. Iranian missiles and attack drones have struck the US Navy's Fifth Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick black smoke into skies above and triggering alarms across the island nation. Missiles and one-way attack drones struck headquarters buildings, service centers and communication structures at the base. Despite the scale of the strikes, US officials say the base is impacted and continues limited operations, with no major American casualties confirmed. Meanwhile, some projectiles also hit nearby civilian areas, damaging buildings and triggering panic as sirens echoed across the capital. With a critical US military hub under fire and threats ongoing, Bahrain now stands on high alert, a stark sign of a widening conflict that threatens to engulf the entire West Asia.
Now, a dramatic footage shows a US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle crashing near Al Zahra, Kuwait, with both the pilot and weapon systems officer ejecting safely. Now, meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing US-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responded to the threat. Take a look.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle. It went down west of Al Zahra. A trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapon system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its third day.
Now, another big breaking news coming in, viewers, from Bahrain, where US is facing strikes after strikes on its military base in Bahrain. Iranian missiles are raining down on military bases of United States in Bahrain this time around. Now, we do not know what is the latest, whether the base was hit and there was any casualty or not. But this is a big news that we're tracking at this point in time, where another US military base in Bahrain was hit by Iranian missiles. You can see the visuals on your screen. It's a big news that we are covering. Iranian missiles raining down on US military bases in Bahrain, widening the conflict that's taking place between Iran and Israel and United States. So this time, Bahrain emerges as a major flashpoint. We've earlier seen how strikes rain down on UAE, on Kuwait, and now today we are seeing major developments happening in Bahrain. So the entire Gulf region is standing at the crossroads. You can see the visuals of how the Iranian missiles rain down on US military bases in Bahrain. It's a big development that we are seeing. Iranian missiles and drones earlier also struck US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama. You can see the thick plumes of smoke emerging after the strike. US bases officials, in fact, have already said that the base remains operational. The 5th Fleet we are talking about in Bahrain that came under attack by the Iranian missiles. So we have a reaction from US officials who said that the base remains operational and there were no casualties, but targeting of US bases by Iran continue. Iranian missiles raining down on US military bases in Bahrain. Now remember, the entire Gulf region is a very important, critical point for US infrastructure, US military infrastructure. All right, we have another big breaking news coming in where US Marine site was struck in Kuwait. This is a claim by Iran, who said that US Marine site was struck in Kuwait. New wave of attacks on US camps in Kuwait are taking place. This is what we are hearing from IRGC. New wave of attacks on Camp Arifzan in Kuwait. This is a site of US Marines. So US Marines were there at the time of the attack or not. We are not aware of that as of now, but this is another big news. Iran claims that it has attacked US camp in Kuwait. This is a camp where US Marines were located earlier, a critical infrastructure military base for United States. Now Iran claims that it successfully struck targets with 10 suicide drones. So this is a big news that we're tracking. Iran making use of its drone power hub for mounting attacks on US military bases across the Gulf region. So this is a big news that we're tracking, attack on Camp Arifzan in Kuwait. So back-to-back attacks on military infrastructure of United States across the Gulf region, earlier in Bahrain and this time in Kuwait. These are the reports coming out of Iran. IRGC claims that new wave of attacks have been launched by Iran on US military camp in Kuwait. All right, we'll continue to track all the latest developments on this war. Taking a short break, coming up, Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but United States prepared to go far longer.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's the objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है, यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Here on Republic, you get the live updates from the war against Iran. All the live updates, latest strikes, the analysis right here. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. Two Iranian drones clashed at the US embassy in Riyadh, damage reported. The US says that 6 soldiers killed in action in West Asia war, fighting to continue. PM Modi speaks with the King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions.
From the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
And Trump declares Iran operation likely to last around 4 to 5 more weeks. The US prepared to go far longer. The latest statement coming in from Donald Trump, US President. Okay, we're getting some big breaking updates coming in. So we see that Iran's retaliation strikes are continuing, viewers. So essentially, they're targeting U.S. bases in Gulf countries. So let's tell you the exact update that we're getting for you in Republic TV. Latest that we're learning of, latest that is coming in right now is that Iranian missiles are targeting U.S. bases in Bahrain. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. The latest that we're getting for our viewers is that these strikes are continuing. I repeat, the strikes are continuing towards the Gulf countries. Footages which we'll put out on a screen, and you can see those there. These are new videos showing U.S. bases in Bahrain under Iranian missile attack. New videos have surfaced online showing U.S. military base in Bahrain that were targeted in recent hours by heavy Iranian missiles. Iran is also saying that it destroyed the main command headquarters at the U.S. base in Bahrain. So those are pictures that we're getting from Bahrain. Now, for the past few days, Iran is continuing its retaliatory strike. It's striking multiple areas across the Gulf region, continuing their strike. However, Iran says that they have no problem with their neighborhood brothers. However, their reasoning is that they're targeting U.S. bases in these Gulf countries and Gulf areas. So American bases in Bahrain are targeted by the Iranian missiles. So the latest pictures, new footage showing U.S. base in Bahrain under Iranian missile strike. The new videos have surfaced online showing U.S. military bases in Bahrain that were targeted in recent hours by heavy Iranian missiles. Getting some more breaking updates coming in. New wave of attacks on Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, site of U.S. Marines successfully struck targets with 10 suicide drones. Iran claims U.S. Marine sites are being struck. Now, I just want to put things in perspective for our viewers. So these are retaliatory strikes by Iran. Now, Iran, like we just told you, Iran says that they do not have a problem with their Gulf neighbors. However, they have a problem with the U.S. bases which are situated in the Gulf region. So Iran is claiming that U.S. Marine site has been struck in Kuwait. Latest updates coming in. This is the IRGC saying that new wave of attacks on Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, site of U.S. Marines, successfully struck targets with 10 suicide drones. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Once again, multiple areas are being targeted by Iran. I just want to go across to a guest who's joining us. Major General K.K. Sinha, defense expert, is joining us live. Major General, a very good morning to you here from Republic TV. I really appreciate you joining us this morning so we can decode what exactly is going on here. Now, you see those pictures we put out. In those pictures, Iran is trying to target U.S. bases. They say that their problem is not with the Gulf countries. Their problem is with the U.S. bases in these Gulf countries. How long will this last? And are these strikes justified from Iran's end? Are they really striking these U.S. bases?
Good morning, Jai Hind. See, the situation today, especially in the Persian Gulf, you are speaking, the retaliation by Iran, I think they have got the right, the way their complete, the country has been hit, especially their regime. It is very devastating. Any, nation which has got some self-honor, they will do it. And in spite of the fact that, complete higher directions of war, that has been eliminated. But the local commanders, probably they had the target, they had got the great references, and these are very accurate, and they are doing it. The dispersion of their arsenal in the form of missile, drones, that is very difficult to eliminate by any force. Even the United States of America, which is a force to reckon with, but they will find very, very difficult. Standoff attacks by Americans and a standoff attack in retaliation because they have got, wherewithal. Missiles, drones, 10,000, drones they have got in their stockpile, which is there. And they are manufacturing also. These are underground cities. They have got 5 of them where the missiles are stockpiled. It is difficult to reach over there by any mean. Even we want to carry out continuous one strike after strike. You have got also limited, capability of GBU, because these are the bunker buster, missiles which they are firing from the aircraft. You can't do it indefinitely. It only depends on the resolve of the people and the people who are the fighting. IRGC is a very motivated, force. If they're not eliminated, Bajid is again joined. Bajid is a homeland security force of Iran, but I believe they have also joined. Iranian Navy is also a big force in Persian Gulf. 263 ships they have got of different class, including 28 submarines. Not a single submarine has been, hit up till now, in spite of the fact that, Abraham Lincoln is over there, but they are not able to do it. Including the ship which is supposed to come, the Gerald Ford, they are supposed to join in the Arabian Sea with them, but they're not able to do and cross to the Red Sea. These are the limitations. And the calculation has gone wrong in spite of the fact that, their Vice Chief of Staff, Joint Chief of Staff, General Daniel Kahn, he has warned that, it is not going to be the easy task. And you can see this hitting Kuwait,
yes,
especially into the Bahrain area. Bahrain has got, United States Fifth Fleet. They are supposed to keep the Strait of Gulf open, and that is their operational task. They are not even come to the actions. So there are limitations because America has got, one thing, back of mind, body bag. The second thing, they just can't take casualties. If they will, if 1 or 2 ships is drawn by, these Iranians, especially the submarines which are loitering around over there, it is a threat which they will, until unless you put, boots on the ground, you will not be able to do it the way the Americans are thinking that, or they will be able to do it in a very short period.
Okay, Major General, I really want you to hold on for a second there because, we're getting a lot of breaking updates. Live updates are coming in. So I just want our viewers to understand what is happening as we speak right now. We also know, viewers, that there's more breaking news coming in. Iranian strikes are targeted towards Riyadh. So big update coming in, and we now bring you fresh visuals of the latest, where the US Embassy in Riyadh has been attacked by Iranian drones. Let's go to we put up some pictures for you as well. 2 Iranian drones crashed into the US Embassy in Riyadh. This is the latest fresh wave of attacks. The US Embassy in Riyadh was attacked by 2 Iranian drones, and we are bringing you new pictures. Okay, we had the picture coming in from Riyadh. US Embassy in Riyadh attacked by Iranian drones. I really want to go back to our defense expert, Major General KK Sinha, who continues to be with us. Major General, putting out pictures of the US Embassy in Riyadh attacked by Iranian drones. I also want you to help our viewers understand a little bit more about these drones. These, from what we understand, these are Shahid drones, Iranian Shahid drones. That they're using a lot of these drones to strike Gulf areas. Drones which are cheap, but they have surveillance, they have precision strikes, and they are also AI enabled. Okay, we'll come back to you, Major General. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking news that we're getting for our viewers. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Getting you live updates. Big breaking news coming in from Iran. Iran now claims it has destroyed the main command headquarters at the US base in Bahrain. A big claim by Iran. Destroyed US main command headquarters in Bahrain. Yes, I want to go back to our guest on this, Major General KK Sinha. Iran says destroyed US main command headquarters in Bahrain. So we see that Iran is making these claims. It's really trying to do whatever it can. It's basically cornered from all sides. How long will Iran try this? Because we know that Donald Trump, the US president, said that they will also go all out.
See, look, as United States of America and Israel is concerned, the combined force is going all out. The first day retribution on 28th was more than 200 aircraft of Israelis. They carried out unprecedented attack, 3,000 targets. That was the thing. Everyone, every aircraft which came here fully loaded, approximately 6 to 7 missiles. And they have gone multiple areas because the complete air superiority is there. By air power, you can carry out destructions. You can try to, put the morale on the boots. But if the country which is standing on the morale doesn't mean, the casualty doesn't mean anything, they will retaliate. And this is the way they are retaliating. You asked you said Bahrain. Bahrain, there was a radar system of United States of America which was costing $1 billion. That was hit about 3 days back. We have seen 3 F-15 Eagle. That has been shot. Of course, they are saying it is a friendly fire. It has gone down, but I don't believe that. Because this is the AI, controlled absolutely. They have got the top-notch thought system. They have got, all air defense system, is especially in when you say in Bahrain. Bahrain has got their 5th Fleet headquarters, which is supposed to be very, very good, very deadly. But they have not a single ship has come out. The complete choking of Strait of Hormuz, they have to break it. They are trying to do it with the Tomahawk missile. Tomahawk missiles firing is okay, but these are underground. And then you ask that, what is this drone? This is 136 Shahid drone. This is a Kamikaze drones, very accurate. It has proven its worth because the Russians have got this also from Iran, and they have shown this is very, very accurate. And it has been, not modified, but it has been upgraded to a great extent. So they have got this technology, and the number, which is, somehow estimated number is 10,000. So they are firing, every day, not more than 100 and all. And at the same time, they have got assembling capability underneath those 5 cities where very difficult to reach until you set the boots on ground or there is a naval shot. How will cover the Persian Gulf I'm saying from the American perspective, from Abadan, Bursair, then Bandar Langar, then Bandar Abbas, right up to Charbagh. If you take it just in this area, that is the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, they are dominating from northern side. You have to physically eliminate this. So, and they have rehearsed. And second thing is, Qatar, at Qatar, Al Udeid Base has got the CENTCOM over there. So that is also they have got it this way. The problem happens in a bigger military, which is supposed to be much modernized. If your command and control structure gets disrupted, you do not have the leeway to carry out at the junior command level because that freedom of action is not there. In the other case, as far as Iran is concerned, now the junior leadership has taken over, and whatever they have been told earlier, the targeting listing, they are going and hitting, and with that, absolutely they are not going all out. They have got then fire control with them. They are not doing retribution more than 200 missiles per day. So they will last unless you physically eliminate them. They wanted, the America thought that, the people of Iran will, come. And that is what the Donald Trump has been saying, that you join this, you have got a chance. We have arrived over there. They have arrived, but they have not arrived inside the Iran. Mossad and CIA, they can't do everything. They are not the phantom. They have got some limitations. They have got their moles and agents. I think that is also getting eliminated.
Yes. Yes, Major General, before I let you go, I also want to ask a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz, where Iran is saying that do not come here. If you come towards Strait of Hormuz, is giving a warning essentially to all nations. You will be attacked. You will be attacked. How do you really read this angle here? And do you think that Strait of Hormuz is a strategic area where other nations, perhaps Israel and US, could target to release control of Iran?
So the biggest problem is Strait of Hormuz, as you brought it out. It is a very, very congested and narrow channel. It is just 36 kilometers, and that is also got 2 channels, one for in and one is out. And, from Bandar Abbas area of Iran, they are controlling it in the northern part, in spite of the fact, there are about 7 islands all around this. And in all these islands, they have got a very strong hold. Iran has got a northern side. The southern side, when you see, it is, the one portion is the Oman port is there, which is the tip of it. Oman was neutral. But now it is a part of the GCC country. It doesn't well to be hit because Oman was giving, giving all support, and they were actually linked for the negotiations. Even Oman feels it that they have been stabbed in the back because in the garb of having 3 rounds of talk facilitated through Oman, there was a stabbing because elimination of the complete leadership. It was through a design. Sam Khani, who was there, who was earlier former defense minister, he was in the top. And when, basically they have gone with their own leadership and hierarchy to discuss something, they eliminated 48, top leadership has been eliminated during the strike on 28. Early in the morning and daylight, that is they got the opportunity. This is what exactly Iran feels. This elimination has come by a design, by deceit. But that is fair in war conditions. You do this type of things, but you have to also understand that the domain of ground domain. You have to be courageous. You have to take risks. You will have casualty, which America, as on today, doesn't want to have. They are softening the target so that probably they will go. They are also very professional, especially the Israelis. But Israelis don't have the ground connectivity here. Israelis can't put they have got also limited force. They are involved themselves in that area of complete in Israel. And also the Lebanon is opened up. Houthis are there. Every moment these forces leave and come to the mainland of Iran. So as far as the Israelis is concerned, otherwise, Americans do not have that guts because they have got a back of mind that they will buy a lot of casualties. That's why, including Abraham Lincoln has gone to the second tier, fallen back. That is called withdrawal.
Yes.
They have gone because they have gone to safe distance. Anti-ship missiles, the capability of Iran has not been eliminated. So it is a difficult task. They will take time. It depends how much you are determined to do that. The uprising which they thought that it would be there in Iran by the people of Iran, I don't think that is taking place because more and more time you will give it, more favor will go in the support because the pride has been hit.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us, Major General KK Sinha, defense expert. We are continuing our live coverage of the war against Iran. And it's been around a couple of days already of non-stop US and Israeli bombardments of the IRGC launch sites. Now, the question is that what does Tehran still have in its arsenal? In this report, we look at the missiles that Iran still possesses, which define the strike power that Iran is still using to target the Gulf nations and the US bases in the Gulf nations. Take a look at this report.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr 4 and the Sejal missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, These missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
So as Iran is facing heavy bombardment, Tehran has unleashed swarms of Shahid 136, also known as suicide drones, to overwhelm the Iron Dome systems. And the Shahid is causing high-tech headaches for air defenses across the Middle East. We take a very close look at the kamikaze drone, which is defining this conflict. Take a look.
Multiple drones targeted high-profile infrastructure in Dubai with a strike confirmed at the Fairmont Palm Hotel in Jumeirah district. Shahid 136 drones targeted Aramco's RAS Tanura refining facility in Saudi Arabia. Videos show fire and chaos. The suicide drones have also struck a US military base in Bahrain as it nosedives and explodes upon impact. The Shahid drones have also struck a RAF military base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. The Shahid 136 drones are low-cost delta-wing kamikaze or suicide drone developed by Iran. It is designed to fly to a pre-programmed coordinate and detonate on impact. In the unfolding conflict in West Asia, these drones have been the spearhead of Iran's asymmetric response to the assassination of its supreme leader.
All right, moving ahead, viewers, because tensions in the Middle East have now reached the UAE, where overnight missile interceptions over major cities caused disruptions at Dubai International Airport and damage in residential areas. Once considered very far from the front line, the UAE is feeling the direct impact of the escalating conflict between Israel, Iran, and the United States. Let's take a look as some of the Middle East and Gulf countries feel the heat.
The UAE has now become a flashpoint as tensions between Israel and Iran spill into Gulf skies. Air defense systems lit up overnight, intercepting incoming missiles over major Emirati cities. American assets targeted across UAE by Iran. Operations at Dubai International Airport disrupted amid destruction and panic. Thick smoke rose over Sharjah and parts of Dubai after missile struck residential zones. A region once seen as insulated from war is now facing direct fallout from the escalating conflict.
And taking a short break, viewers, we will be right back. Iran is launching a fresh wave of strikes on American bases in the Gulf, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Iraq. Live updates only here on Republic TV. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's the objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, Iran's attacks on US bases in the Gulf region continues, and United States is not backing down. In fact, Donald Trump this morning said that the war may go on for 4 to 5 weeks. 6 US troops have been killed in the Gulf region. 3 fighter jets have been downed. Now, as Iran continues the war, the cost of the war for Americans are also increasing day by day. We'll continue to track this story for you, but first let's take a look at the headlines. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. 2 Iranian drone crash at US embassy in Riyadh. Damage reported. United States says 6 soldiers have been killed in action in the West Asia war. Fighting to remain continue. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking... Alright, 6 US soldiers have been killed in the Gulf region so far amid this war between Israel, Iran and United States. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions.
In the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer. Alright, in a big breaking news that we're tracking coming from the West Asia war, and the US Central Command has made a huge claim. They have claimed that US forces have destroyed Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air base, air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites and military airfields during sustained operations. Now we'll the US is saying that will continue to take decisive action against imminent threats posed by the Iranian regime. So this is a claim that US is making, saying that it has destroyed and has taken decisive action against threats emerging from Iran. So this is a big news that we are tracking at this point in time. The US Central Command has made a huge claim, saying that the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities have been destroyed. Now remember, Iran has been of course, advancing on its intel facilities under the leadership of Khamenei. Now Khamenei gone, US is trying to destroy all sorts of defense capabilities present inside of Iran. Trump has already claimed that he is not going to stop the war if the nuclear power of Iran is not completely shattered, and if the ballistic missile project, which is ongoing in Iran, is not destroyed completely. So, of course, this is a big news that we are tracking at this point in time, where US has destroyed multiple, in fact, not one, but multiple command and control centers of IRGC, has dealt a huge blow to Iran's air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields during the operation. So this is a claim by United States, but not to forget the other side as well, as to how Iran is launching and mounting attacks on multiple Gulf region as well. So of course, claims and counterclaims from both sides amid this war which is going on in West Asia. IRGC facilities have been targeted by United States this time around, trying to dent the intel facilities, defense capabilities of Iran. Remember, Iran has a huge pile of drones and missiles, hypersonic missiles, Fateh missiles, drones, Shahid drones. We have already seen multiple drones launching attacks on different military bases in the Gulf. So trying to dent the defense capabilities of Iran there. United States has already said that it is not ruling out the possibility of sending US troops to Iran, to the Iranian soil. So this is a big news that we are tracking, where US has claimed it is destroying the defense facilities in Iran. All right, so Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a colossal threat to America. He also claimed that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and that United States is destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Here is more on the story.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas.
All right, so as the war continues, another war front has been opened where you can see that Israel is launching attacks on Beirut in Lebanon, killing people after people. You can see how thick smoke is billowing in the skyline. This is a Beirut skyline that we are giving you the live visuals from. Now remember, Israeli jets earlier bombed Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Now reports claim that at least 30 people have lost their life after this attack, killing more than 30 people. Now remember, Hezbollah has also been launching attacks on Israeli territory, trying to open another war front. Hezbollah, a proxy of Iranian regime. So rockets, drone attacks taking place in Beirut. Now remember, Iran-allied Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has earlier said that its attack was in retaliation for the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So a sort of an avenge that Hezbollah is trying to take by these attacks on Israeli territories. But Israel is, of course, retaliating and attacking the territory in Beirut, taking out Hezbollah headquarters as well. So this is a big news. We are getting you live visuals from Beirut. Hezbollah said that it is trying to defend the territory of Lebanon and its people, and has called these attacks by Israel on Beirut as Israeli aggression. But this is a big news where Israel has also intensified its war on Lebanon. So another war front opening there. We have already seen the situation being absolutely volatile in the Gulf region, with many people evacuating those countries after Iran launched multiple strikes on not only military bases but civilian infrastructure as well. But Israel also getting back at Hezbollah after these rocket fires which were launched on the Israeli territory. So remember, this is not the first time that we are seeing these sort of visuals. Israeli-Lebanese conflict have already claimed many lives. Now this war front opening is a very imminent situation, a very volatile situation that we are seeing in the region. So you can see the visuals on your screen. Right, so these are the visuals that we are getting you from Beirut, where Israeli strikes are taking place against Hezbollah. Now, Israel has earlier claimed that it is not going to stop, and in fact, Hezbollah will have to pay a huge, heavy price for its wrongdoing in Israel as it's launching attack on Israeli territory. Now, remember, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has also said that he has ordered Israeli military to act forcefully against the militia and the political party, and also its leader, Naim Qassem, we are talking about, was now a marked target for elimination. So Israel is claiming that it is planning to target the leader of Lebanon, Naim Qassem, and trying to take him out, trying to eliminate him. We have also heard from the other side where Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has condemned actions by Hezbollah, calling it irresponsible there, and said that the government was immediately banning the group's military activity. So all sorts of responses from the government, from the leader of Hezbollah there and Israel. All right, I have with me Major General Shashi Asthana patched on the phone line. Major General, this is another war front opening. We have already seen the very serious situation in the Gulf region, and now this. And this after Lebanon was trying to get back on its feet after the crippled economy took a huge blow after a blast that took place in Lebanon. So this is Lebanon paying a huge price of the US-Israeli joint strikes on Iran.
Certainly, it is a problem for Lebanon because Hezbollah happens to be there, and Hezbollah has been targeting Israel earlier till the time the pager attack took place and Hezbollah got weakened. But now, after that, apparently, the Lebanese government has got more aligned towards US and was trying to, let's say, disengage itself from the actions of Hezbollah. Although this is practically impossible because bulk of the leaders, a large number of leaders of Lebanon are also Hezbollah supporters. And some of the Hezbollah cadres are also in the politics of Lebanon. So it is not a very clear-cut demarcation between Hezbollah and Lebanese government being two different entities. But notwithstanding that, the political hierarchy of Lebanon, that gives an impression that we have nothing to do with striking Israel, and we have no interest in striking Israel. Whereas Hezbollah is showing solidarity towards the Iranian regime and towards Ayatollah Khomeini and trying to avenge the assassination. So apparently, whatever residual power is Hezbollah had, because even when Hezbollah was brought down and the pager attack took place, that still Hezbollah has a fair amount of arsenal which was not used. So they still have a lot of rockets and a lot of drones and other things which can create and open a separate front for Israel, which I'm sure they will. But Israel has been handling Hezbollah earlier as well, and it is going to perhaps be a major disruption even for Israel. As far as Lebanon is concerned, whenever these exchanges take place, their economy suffers, their people suffer. This is going to happen. And that is why perhaps the Lebanese authorities are trying to say that no, we are not actually targeting Israel, it is Hezbollah which is targeting.
Absolutely, Major General Shashistana. This is another blow to Lebanese economy. We've already seen 2020 in fact, Beirut blast dealing a huge blow to the Lebanese economy, and you're saying that Lebanese politicians are also hand in gloves with the Hezbollah. Some of the leadership of the political party is in close links with Hezbollah. But what is the ultimate objective that Israel is trying to achieve here? Though we have already heard from Defense Minister that they are wanting to take out a Hezbollah leader, Naim Qasim.
See, Israelis' aim is to decapacitate Hezbollah. And earlier also, what they tried was that they took on their leadership, and they took on their leadership through pager, which was not only leadership, it was also the working cadres. That was a brilliant attack. That's one part of it. But as of now, Israel always has been aiming that if you take on the leader, and if the leader goes down, there is a major disruption in the command and control of that particular organization. So they are trying exactly the same playbook now as well. But notwithstanding that, Hezbollah is also a radicalized cadre, which will keep throwing the next leadership, even if the present one is killed. So Israel may target that, but that will not finish off Hezbollah. And earlier also, when all those attacks took place and Hezbollah had some kind of truce with Israel, that time also their entire arsenal did not get destroyed. They still had fair amount of arsenal with them. So in my opinion, Hezbollah may not go in for a major attack against Israel, but they are duty bound to show some kind of solidarity to Iranian regime. Because Iranian regime is the one which has made them a formidable power. So this is going to carry on. It is not going to affect Israel in a major way. It will be a major disruption for Israel, but it is not going to perhaps decapacitate the capabilities of Israel to handle Hezbollah. So I think there will be a tug of war for this for some time. As far as the politicians of Lebanon are concerned, a number of them, especially those who are trying to prove their solidarity towards the USA, they will continue to criticize Hezbollah in the meantime.
Absolutely, Major General. Well, thank you so much for your insights on this, another war front opening in the Middle East. Thank you once again. Now shifting our focus to another big breaking news that is coming in, and now Hezbollah has launched a barrage of 15 rockets towards northern Israel. This is a big news that we are covering, where Israel has launched fresh rockets towards. In fact, Hezbollah has launched fresh attacks on Israel, is what we are getting to know. Barrage of attacks, barrage of strikes, rocket strikes on Israel. Hezbollah upping the ante with respect to Israel. Of course, Hezbollah, a proxy of Iran. You can see the visuals of the Beirut skyline covered with smoke. So another war front opening as Hezbollah, Iran's proxy, continues to elevate its attacks on Israel. You have the visuals on your screen. Israel-Lebanon conflict also escalating there. So we have already heard how Israel has been giving out very hard-hitting statements with respect to Lebanon, saying that Lebanon will pay a heavy price for its attacks that it is carrying out in Israel. Now remember, we have seen multiple attacks in Israel taking place by Hezbollah. So this is the latest that we are covering here. Now we've already heard Lebanese Prime Minister talking about Hezbollah condemning its actions, but the Hezbollah, Iran's proxy, continues the attack on Israel, destroying infrastructure in Israel. But this is the skyline that we're getting you from Beirut, where Israel is also retaliating and launching multiple strikes on Beirut as well. So the conflict that has been going on in the Middle East is now spreading quickly. Fresh barrage of 15 rockets towards Israel. This after the joint US-Israeli attack on Iran's Khamenei. So of course, Hezbollah saying that it is trying to avenge the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the Shia cleric, and thus thereby launching multiple strikes on Israel. But Israeli armed forces, they are not sitting quietly, they are also retaliating, where we have Iran also responding by launching missiles. All right, so as the war escalates in the Middle East, neither the United States nor Iran are ready to back down. Now, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now said that US aims to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and would also favor a regime change. Take a look.
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the President has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is, no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
Now, a dramatic footage shows a US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle crashing near Al Zahra, Kuwait, with both the pilot and weapons systems officer ejecting safely. Now, meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing US-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responded to the threat. Take a look.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle. It went down west of Al Zahra. a trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapon system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its third day.
Now, as Iran faces heavy bombardment, Tehran has unleashed swarms of Shahed 136 drones, also known as suicide drones, to overwhelm the Iron Dome systems. Now, the Shahed 136 is causing headaches after headaches for air defenses across the Middle East. We take a closer look at the kamikaze drones defining this conflict in West Asia. Take a look.
Multiple drones targeted high-profile infrastructure in Dubai, with a strike confirmed at the Fairmont Palm Hotel in Jumeirah district. Shahed 136 drones targeted Aramco's RAS Tanura refining facility in Saudi Arabia. Videos show fire and chaos. The suicide drones have also struck a US military base in Bahrain as it nosedives and explodes upon impact. The Shahed drones have also struck a RAF military base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. The Shahed 136 drones are low-cost delta-wing kamikaze or suicide drone developed by Iran. It is designed to fly to a pre-programmed coordinate and detonate on impact. In the unfolding conflict in West Asia, these drones have been the spearhead of Iran's asymmetric response to the assassination of its supreme leader.
After 3 days of relentless US and Israeli bombardment targeting the IRGC's launch sites, the question remains, what does Tehran have left in its arsenal? Despite losing nearly 500 missiles in the opening salvos, Iran continues to fire from its vast, hardened subterranean silos. Now, from hypersonic threats to long-range Israel killers, we take a look at the 5 missiles that still define Iran's strike power. Take a look.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr-4 and the Sejil missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
So even if Iran's missiles are depleting, still a lot remains on its silos, and it is continue to wage the war in West Asia. We take a broader look at this conflict coming up. Iran launches fresh attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. We are breaking all the updates on Republic as far as the West Asia war is concerned. There are strikes and retaliatory strikes coming from Israel, from Iran and on several cities of the Middle East, including in Bahrain, in Lebanon, in Doha and several other areas that we are bringing you all the updates from. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Israel launches airstrikes on Lebanese. Airstrikes after Hezbollah fires 15 missiles across the border. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. 2 Iranian drones crash at US embassy in Riyadh. Damage reported. United States says 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war, fighting to continue. Six soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war. US declares fightings to continue.
Beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks. And viewers, we begin with big breaking news coming in. The West Asia war, and now Israel has made a big claim. The IDF says it has neutralized soldiers and has attacked Iranian aircrafts. IDF has claimed the Air Force aircraft continue to routinely attack defense systems intended to harm the aircraft, including launchers, missiles, and radar systems. The IDF will not allow. It will not allow the Iranian terror regime to operate defense system in order to harm Air Force aircraft and will continue to attack attempts to arm missile launchers. In parallel, the Air Force continues to attack sites of fire arrays and Iranian ballistic missile launchers. That's the latest breaking news coming in. IDF has neutralized and it has launched attacks simultaneously. It has launched attacks on Tehran and Beirut simultaneously. It has eliminated soldiers from the defense array of Iran. That's a big claim coming in from Israel. That's a big claim at this point in time, with the IDF saying it has very successfully neutralized soldiers and has attacked Iranian aircraft. And Iranian aircraft has been attacked by the IDF, by Israel, which has now claimed that Air Force aircraft continue to routinely attack defense system intended to harm the aircraft, including the launchers, missiles, and radar systems. And more updates coming in. We will go across to our guest joining in. Foreign affairs expert Ravinder Sachdeva is joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, thank you for taking out your time and speaking on this very important issue. How do you react to the fact, as also the breaking news that we are now showing for our viewers, that the IDF claims that it has eliminated and neutralized soldiers and it has attacked an Iranian aircraft? There are several attacks that are happening parallel to the counter-attacks also that are taking place from Iran. How do you react to this?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yes. The pace and tempo of attacks and counterattacks is, in a sense, if not mind-boggling, definitely it's unforeseen ever, unprecedented what we are seeing. Yes, Israel is achieving many objectives. They are, eliminating, destroying on the Iranian side, firstly the command control, the strategic assets, the buildings of the Revolutionary Guard, the headquarters and all, even the television stations, so that the ability of the regime to communicate with its people is also, damaged. So all that is going on. On the one hand, Israel and US, this war could go on endless. One, it could also end within 2 days, by the way, or 3 days. And that is the playbook that America is trying right now, which is the Venezuela playbook. That is, you eliminate the number one, the top layer, right? The layer two, which assumes office, you threaten them with elimination unless they agree to cooperate with you. This is what they did with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. They got her, the defense minister, and the speaker of their parliament, who happens to be her brother only, in a room, on a phone call, on her speaker phone. And from Florida, the Central Command, they called up and they said, you have 15 minutes. Decide yes or no. If you decide to not cooperate with us, within 10 minutes after that, you will be finished. Rodriguez and team agreed, they changed their course. America is trying the same with Iran. The thing is, the second layer, which has now assumed charge apparently, is not agreeing to that. Okay, they have decided, this layer has decided to carry on the fight. Now, Israel and America are continuing to eliminate the next level also, right? Whosoever has been assumed, there's a new defense minister, there's a new in charge of the Revolutionary Guard, there's a new intelligence chief maybe. Now these guys are targeting those specific leaders also, so that a third layer comes up, whom they again threaten in the same tone. Cooperate with us, else you will be eliminated. What seems so far is that the Iranians, the Revolutionary Guard, and the Islamic ecosystem of the Ayatollah is not agreeing to that. They are going in much rather to fight. And in the fight, what they're doing is they are hitting out at Israel, sure, Tel Aviv. They're achieving maybe some success, but Israel is a bit far. They need long-distance missiles for that. And not only the Iron Dome, the other, the THAAD and the David Sling, all those which Israel has, good amount of air defense. So if out of 100 missiles they shoot long distance, maybe only 2 will fall. The Iranians have shifted the game. They've shifted the field, actually, in that sense. They are attacking Israel, but much more they're attacking the Gulf states. That is a game changer of sorts. Firstly, they started out by attacking American military bases because logical, okay, if it's an American military base, America is the enemy, we'll attack them. And they've achieved some success. And secondly, we do not know because you see, information is not coming out fully. There's a fog of war. Anyway, so their first wave of retaliation was Israel as well as American assets in the Gulf, military bases. That then expanded to American civil facilities also. That is, American embassies also are targets now. What has been really a game changer or unprecedented, I would say, is that Iranians now, since yesterday, are directly attacking the Gulf economic assets itself. Qatar, their largest LNG terminal, was attacked yesterday and has been majorly damaged. That has no ownership of Americans. That's a Qatar sovereign state, facility. Similarly, the Iranians have attacked Aramco, which is like the behemoth oil, it's like the ONGC or one of the world's largest oil companies. The damage to Aramco apparently has not been much, but there were 2 drones. So what it shows is that the Iranians are going in for also much more, I would say, asymmetrical war. It's no longer only Israel, Iran, Israel, etc. It has spread. And this could spread even more in terms of, hits at strategic assets. I mean, there's a Trump International Hotel in Dubai, by the way. There's a Trump golf course, by the way. Okay. And I would assume that the air defense around the Trump golf course would not be the same as the air defense of Tel Aviv. Sure, UAE has its air defense. They're downing the drones and missiles which are coming. But maybe a golf course out there in the open, etc. So they are going in for spectacular attacks against them. And the other trend we are seeing in the last 24 hours is that Hezbollah has become active. Okay, Hezbollah has started, launching drones at Israel. You are running those news very well. Houthis could also be, I think maybe there are a few things, but Houthis, we've not heard much, but I would expect that the Houthis could also get more active. So that'd be another dimension. So bottom line, this entire Middle East region is probably going up in flames. And part of the reason the Iranians are doing this is that they want that the Arab leaders, Gulf leaders, should run to Trump and ask Trump to pause the war. Otherwise, their own countries are ending up in mayhem.
That's right. Mr. Sachdeva, stay on with us as we have some more breaking updates coming in, back-to-back breaking updates as far as the West Asia war is concerned. U.S. State Department has asked Americans to leave West Asian countries. Secretary Marco Rubio has notified this, and he has asked all Americans in the Middle East to leave for safety and security, and because that is the topmost priority of America at this point in time, and it has warned its citizens residing in the Middle East to evacuate immediately. This is coming in from Marco Rubio to all the American citizens in the Middle East. He says that your safety and security is our #1 priority.
At the Department of State, our #1 priority is the safety and the security of American citizens everywhere in the world. Now, with what's going on in the Middle East with Operation Epic Fury and the cowardly attacks that we're seeing from Iran against Gulf countries, I wanted to take this chance to speak directly to Americans who are in the Middle East about the work we are doing to try to keep you safe. So immediately following the beginning of this operation, at my direction, the State Department activated a 24/7 task force, surging personnel and resources necessary to help provide American citizens with up-to-the-minute safety and security information. Now, in order to receive these updates from the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate, you have to register with the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. You have to register with STEP, and here's where you do it. You go to step.state.gov. That's step.state.gov and register so we can reach you. We also encourage Americans abroad to follow our security updates for U.S. citizens channel on WhatsApp and follow @TravelGov on social media as well. The latest alerts are also available on travel.state.gov. That's our website, travel.state.gov. Finally, Americans in the Middle East. You can reach the Department of State 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at the following phone number: 1-202-501-4444. That's 1-202-501-4444.
All right, let me go across to Mr. Sachdeva, who's still with us. Mr. Sachdeva, for the fact that you just heard what US said, it has asked Americans to leave West Asian nations. And it's important to understand how Donald Trump has also made it very clear that this war could go up to 3 to 4 weeks, and US is well prepared if they have to or need to strike far more than just 4 to 5 weeks. And the warning coming in and the alert given for its citizens to evacuate, the Middle East areas. How far are we expecting this to continue?
This could continue, if not at this scale, but this conflict could continue now for years and years. Okay, but that aside, in various forms. You see, the interesting thing with the Rubio statement that we just played, that's exactly what we were talking before you played the Rubio clip. Point is, the economies of the West Asian nations will suffer. Okay, these Americans who are leaving, they're all maybe, expatriate professionals working in these countries, businessmen in these countries, and they're going to be leaving now. Okay, they'll come back maybe a week later or 2 weeks later when everything settles down, or it'll be a new normal. So this would hurt the economies of all these nations. Property prices would be going down. In fact, Dubai, somebody was telling me the other day, yesterday only, he brought me an offer, said, Ravinder, why don't you buy an apartment? Right now, there's a good deal going on here. Okay, so the economies of all of these shining steel, tall buildings in these regions, Qatar, Dubai, Kuwait, Saudi, would suffer. They could have never, ever imagined, or we would have never imagined, that such a scenario would be playing out in these countries, right? They've never had a bombing in their territories. So that's there in terms of what the warning to American citizens means. In fact, I think even Indian citizens there are asking the government of India to evacuate them. I was seeing some clips somewhere. So and the economies of these countries, if you remember, UAE, out of 1 crore population, only 20 lakh is the local Emirati. 80 lakh are the foreigners who work there. Out of those 80 lakh, 30 lakh are, by the way, Indians. There are more Indians in Emirates than the local Emiratis, right? So if these people start moving out, one. Secondly, trade. Of course, due to all of this, right now shipping and trade is, at a pause. UAE is the world's trading capital. It'll suffer therein. So there are going to be multiple, downstream impacts of how this plays out. One interesting thing I would like to share with you and your viewers, there has been some talk, not Trump, but it is said that Trump says, 4 to 5 weeks. And then he has said that I have not ruled out boots on the ground. Okay. Though no American president, and I don't think even Trump, would want or would decide, to send American troops into the war zone. How could that happen? One scenario which could be, remember Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a mutual defense pact a couple of months ago, in which an attack against one is supposed to be an attack against the other. It's a mutual defense pact. Now, Saudi has been attacked. Will Pakistan attack Iran? Will Pakistan send its boots into Iran? Pakistan could do that. Pakistan is always up a gun for hire. So I think India must, and India will be, I think, obviously very, very carefully seeing that dynamic between Saudi and Pakistan, which is playing out there.
That's right.
So that's where we are right now.
Right. Right, Mr. Sachdeva, stay on with us. We are getting more breaking news as we speak. Donald Trump has now said that US has sufficient stockpiles of weapons and ammunition and are ready to achieve a crushing victory. Another big statement coming in from Donald Trump, and he is confident about achieving a crushing victory.
Okay, so as we track the developments in the Middle East, different statements coming in from America. In fact, last night, Donald Trump, while speaking at an event of Veterans and Martyrs, he spoke about going after Iran's nuclear stockpile. And Donald Trump is confident that there is enough in their Middle East strategy to last another 4 to 5 weeks. That seems to be the game plan. Try and push this to 4 to 5 weeks. That's the timeline that he put on record yesterday, that they are ready to continue with this offensive for about 4 to 5 weeks, but unsure whether the Middle East, the Gulf nations that are being hit will be able to sustain it in the long run. And let's also tell you that meanwhile, getting in some more breaking news updates right now, as we stay with Mr. Rabinder Sachdeva, US crude futures rising to $73. It's rising. I mean, this was expected, Mr. Sachdeva. It's gone up over 10%. It's at 73. Could hit 100 if it continues like this.
Oh, certainly so. Certainly so. I mean, it's there. There are reports, I think, about 150 odd tankers are kind of floating around, not able to go into the, cross the Hormuz Straits, go into the Persian Gulf, or get out of there. So about 150 of these tankers are floating. And on top of it, the reality is not only the Hormuz. The Iranians have damaged the Qatar's largest LNG port terminal. So natural gas, you will see, will shoot up. And by the way, that will have an impact on India because we buy a substantial amount of LNG from Qatar. So that would go up gas, right? These are actual deposits being damaged, right? Aramco, the Saudi oil company, has been attacked yesterday. The damage was not much. Sorry. But apparently it's closed down for a day or so of inspection and all. Iran could again be attacking Aramco. So oil supplies are being taken off the market also, other than the fact that oil transportation is being blocked, or the clouds of war are not allowing the ships and tankers to move. So that's one element of the rise of crude prices and gas prices. The other is that the very source, the production sources are being damaged. And in fact, Iranians are probably looking at also attacking, by the way, in this region. You have some American oil firms, who are operating. You have Exxon, you have Chevron, you have ConocoPhillips in Kuwait, Iraq, Saudi, etc., right? Those are also legitimate targets for Iran now. It's an all-out war. So I think, unfortunately, the prices of crude and natural gas would be going up, at least in the short term, but then it depends how the coming weeks pan out.
In fact, the entire focus seems to be now, and we're getting in some more breaking news updates right now, that the U.S. State Department has asked all its non-emergency personnel and their family members to leave Jordan immediately. There's also a new drone attack on a U.S. military base in Erbil. And as we get you these updates, India is watching this situation very, very closely. India is watching the situation closely. The Middle East airspace is shut. And we are also getting in more pictures of fresh attack on U.S. bases. We had the U.S. Embassy hit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And we're getting in more details of a fresh attack on a U.S. base in Erbil in Iraq. And most of the U.S. interceptions have been happening over the skies in Iraq in the last 3 days since the war began on Saturday. And it's one of the focus areas. Iraq, the closest to Iran to try and strike U.S. strategic assets, and they are doing that as we speak. There's been a drone attack on the U.S. base. We have some pictures coming in from Erbil in the last couple of days. This is one video that came in of the interceptions that happened overnight over the skies of Erbil. And any more updates you're picking up, Priyanka? We can keep giving our viewers live non-stop updates from the war zone.
Okay, in fact, these are as per reports coming in that the drone attack on the US base took place in Erbil. Also earlier, there were 4 drones which were shot down near the US base at Erbil itself. And there were other updates coming in. And in fact, in the Middle East, Iran has now warned that it will attack ships trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz, and we are breaking that information. A big update coming in from the Middle East. Iran has now warned that it will attack ships trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Niranjan.
Yes. In fact, they put out audio messages on Sunday, and Saturday as well. There was an audio message of them warning ships not to, saying that it's a no-go zone. Erbil is, the Strait of Hormuz is a no-go zone. And now Iran and the IRGC, we are hearing, are giving official versions. The message is clear. We will attack any ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. Sachdeva, yesterday, in fact, despite all of these warnings, there were some ships, very few, that continued to sort of pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But do you think they have the capability to, try and strike every ship, every vessel that passes through?
Thank you. Of course, I would think maybe not every vessel. Yesterday, as very rightly, I think there were about 4 ships which were supposedly attacked or got damaged. But what this means is that the number will go up, right? And you see, a couple of things in this whole strategy of Iran that we are seeing is that Israel is too far. For hitting Israel, they need long-distance missiles, and the air defense of Israel is pretty good. Fine, they're continuing to attack Israel in terms of, I would not say symbolic, but they have to attack Israel. But what Iran is doing is now looking for proxy targets, let's call it that way, right? Surrogate targets, which are nearer to Iran, which need shorter range missiles or drones. A drone with a 50 kg payload can do certainly some damage to a ship. It can create a panic. It may not sink the ship, but it can create a panic. And a 50 kilogram payload drone is not much expensive, right? How many of those could be shot down? So using these smaller drones, Iran could definitely create chaos and havoc in the strait, which would essentially mean that no tankers would want to go in or get out. Wherever they are, they will stay put, or some such. And especially the ones targeted would be those with ownership of linked to Israeli citizens or American citizens or companies. See, the tankers, the flag they fly is very misleading. Mostly they fly the flags of Panama, Liberia, such countries because of various reasons. It's a registry, right? But what matters is that who owns that tanker. The operating company is different at times, but who fundamentally has spent the money and purchased the tanker and then, rented out that tanker. Now, and very often it has been traced. If you remember Houthis, when they were attacking during the Gaza peak or the Gaza conflict, they were able to identify, work backwards and attack some ships and say that we are attacking this because the owner of this is an Israeli or a Jewish guy or an Israeli citizen with a company. So Iran could similarly look to filter out which are the tankers which have ownership, which they can trace back, they'll try, which they can trace back to either American or Israeli interests. So that would be, I think, the first priority, because that would have more of an impact. Damaging a tanker which is owned by somebody in Australia, could be fine, or by a Hong Kong company will not have that much of an impact, though it create panic and chaos. But shooting an asset or damaging an asset that belongs to your enemy, quote unquote, is something they feel that they have a right to do.
Yeah.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Robindra Sachdeva, for joining with us and sharing your insights. But viewers, we will be bringing in back-to-back updates as we are live and breaking, and we track each and every detail coming in from the West Asian war. And coming up next, American forces intercepted Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. More details on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's the objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the President has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Viewers, very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and with me I have our executive editor Niranjan. We are tracking all the live updates which are coming in as the war continues. Now, Israel is saying that the defense system of Iran is being hit. Iran is saying that they are targeting the US bases in the Gulf. It's an escalating situation we're tracking here. Niranjan, what else is coming in right now?
Well, oil prices have increased, and I think our focus should also be on that. So we'll focus on the developments this morning. More US bases hit. The crisis on oil is getting bigger and real. Here are the headlines.
Israel launches airstrikes on Lebanese areas after Hezbollah fires 15 missiles across the border. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. 2 Iranian drones crash at the US embassy in Riyadh. Damage reported. USA 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war fighting to continue. And Trump declares Iran operations likely to last around 4 to 5 more weeks.
Beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks.
And Trump says that the war could last 4 to 5 weeks and even further along if the situation demands it. Getting a breaking news coming in, U.S. crude futures are oil prices are rising amid the escalating West Asia war. And the latest numbers are that it's $73.23. Oil is rising as expanding U.S.-Israeli conflict continues with Iran. It's elevating the supply risks. Huge updates coming here on Republic TV. Oil rises, U.S. crude futures is rising even further, viewers. Oil prices rising very sharply after the latest update, after the US-Israeli attacks on Iran. Oil prices are rising And stocks have slid as the strikes continue and Iran continues its retaliation. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. We see that the oil has now, the numbers are out, the numbers are out, so we see around $73 per barrel now. It's going further up. Yesterday it was around $79 per barrel, moving up by 8 to 10% every time. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Military strikes by the US and Israel on Iran have shown no sign. Oil rises amid escalating tensions. US crude futures is rising even higher. Now, we also know that all eyes are on the Strait of Hormuz, which has been blocked by Iran. And this is where about a fifth of the world's seaborne oil trade flows. Iran has said that whoever tries to come close to the Strait of Hormuz will be attacked. So that is also a warning which has come in from Iran as oil prices rise amid the escalating war. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV, viewers. And already we see that on Sunday itself, 2 vessels traveling through the Strait of Hormuz were attacked on Sunday. So in fact, let's bring in Niranjan. Niranjan, you know, what we see, oil prices rising. In 2 vessels traveling through the Strait of Hormuz were attacked. Oil prices are going up. A lot of worry can be seen as oil prices rise. Iran saying that if anybody tries to come near the Strait of Hormuz, they will be attacked. They have already blocked the Strait of Hormuz. What is it looking like? There's a lot of worry around the oil prices.
That's correct. And it's also important to note that one of the world's largest refineries in Saudi that belongs to Aramco was hit yesterday in an Iranian drone strike. And that is why it's even more critical right now. All eyes are on the oil prices. Qatar Energy also suspended LNG services. LNG production has been stopped, so that makes it even more critical. And we are monitoring the situation. India, of course, is keeping all options open. Last evening, there was a meeting with the Petroleum Ministry. And let's wait and watch what happens on that. We have some more breaking news updates coming in.
Yes, let's go to the next set of breaking news coming in for our viewers. Okay, locals in Iraq have reportedly recovered a crashed, nearly intact Lucas drone, a US one-way attack UAV developed as a reverse-engineered version of Iran's Shahid 136 drone. The low-cost unmanned combat attack system Lucas was used by the US military for the first time in combat during strikes on Iranian targets as part of the Operation Epic Fury. It's being deployed by the task force Scorpion Strike under US Central Command as a low-cost kamikaze weapon based on the Iranian design. Iraqi locals recovered a crashed US drone. Crashed US Lucas drone has been recovered by the Iraqi locals. So back-to-back updates coming here, viewers on Republic TV. This is the Lucas US drone, and very similar to Iran's Shahid drone, which Iran is using to target the US bases across the Gulf region. So this is what we see right now. US is bombing Iran with the Shahid 136 clones. Lucas drone has made its debut in Operation Epic Fury. And according to the latest, locals in Iraq have reportedly recovered a crashed, nearly intact Lucas drone, a US one-way attack UAV developed as a reverse-engineered version of Iran's Shahid 136 drone. It's being deployed by the Task Force Scorpion Strike under US Central Command as a low-cost kamikaze weapon based on the Iranian design of the Shahid drones, which are being used to target US bases across the Gulf. A Shahid drone is a low-cost, cheap drone, but it is a very important part of Iran's. We talk about Iran's military power. It is capable of precision strikes. It's capable of AI-based targeting. I just want to bring in Niranjan for us. Niranjan, you know, big updates coming here. Crashed US Lucas drone has been recovered by the Iraqi locals, and this is the Lucas drone, which debuted in Operation Epic Fury. It's a low-cost, one-way attack drone in combat for the first time, being used for the first time during Operation Epic Fury.
Yes. In fact, many videos have been coming in to our newsrooms from the war zone. So what we are trying to do is also try and, ensure that we put the right verified videos out. New videos also coming out. Okay, let's go to the next breaking news coming in. These are news pictures from Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv was bombed. We have these videos coming in. This was an Iranian missile that struck Tel Aviv last night. The situation seen and heard in these videos. Let's play the full video.
Fresh visuals of the US embassy being attacked. Let's put out those fresh visuals in Riyadh. 2 Iranian drones crash into the US embassy. US embassies across the Gulf are being attacked by Iran. And Niranjan, I'm coming across to you, putting all these pictures for our viewers. This is coming from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's a multi-front war that we are seeing. We saw that Iranian missiles, Iranian drones attacking Israel. Israel is attacking the Hezbollah in Lebanon. Then again, we see another part of the multi-front war in the Gulf. Iran targeting US embassies across the Gulf region. So it's a multi-front, multi-pronged escalation that we can see very clearly here.
That's correct. In fact, we are also getting in another bit of breaking news update right now that the IDF is currently conducting simultaneous strikes, targeted strikes against military targets in Tehran and Beirut. That's a breaking news update that just came into our newsrooms some time back, so we'll focus on that as well. And we are hearing that those strikes continue. This was an update that came in about 30 minutes back. The IDF is currently conducting simultaneous targeted strikes against military targets in Tehran and Beirut. And the Hezbollah has also claimed that they targeted a base, a Meron base, what is called the Meron base for air operations, surveillance and management. And they've hit one of the radars and a command building. These are 2 breaking news updates coming in. The IDF has also claimed that their strikes continue. As we stay with those pictures as well from Saudi Arabia, Hezbollah claims that they've attacked a Meron base in Israel. As you saw those pictures come in, the targets in the Middle East continue to be US bases, US embassies. And the Hezbollah has also claimed, the Hezbollah leadership was targeted yesterday. And they now claim that they have hit back and they've targeted a base in Israel. And Hezbollah leadership, in fact, factional leaders, top commanders were killed in the strikes over the last 24 to 36 hours.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, Niranjan, I just also want to come in here and talk a little bit more about what exactly that we're seeing. We are talking about the multi-front war. And like Niranjan is telling us, now Hezbollah is saying they attacked the Meron base in Israel. Hezbollah, one of Iran's proxies, we see that Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Iraqi militias. All of them are on the side of Iran. They are standing by, and they have said that they will be supporting Iran and they will avenge the death of Khomeini. So now we see another part of this war. We see that Israel is hitting Hezbollah. Hezbollah striking Israel back. Niranjan, what we see is multiple updates coming in here. It's very, very big updates coming in here. And I think we're getting some more updates. But Donald Trump, President Trump, has made it very clear that Iran is yet to get the biggest strike yet. Niranjan.
Yes. In fact, as we get these videos and the releases coming in from the Israeli side, they've confirmed that their strikes continue on Tehran. So we are watching out for those pictures to come in from Tehran. All right, there is some breaking news right now. The CBSE exams have been postponed. It impacts, lakhs of students in India. So the CBSE has said after a critical review of the current situations in parts of the Middle East, Bahrain, Iran, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and UAE, the board has decided to postpone Class 10 and Class 12 examinations that was scheduled to be held on Thursday, 5th of March 2026 and 6th of March in the Middle East region. The Middle East region CBSE exams have been changed. So some schools in the Middle East were following the CBSE syllabus and their dates have changed. IDF conducting strikes in Tehran and Beirut. Yeah, we had those pictures come in yesterday of the bombardment over Tehran. Those were the last pictures that came in of what Iranians called a carpet bombing by the Israeli side, joint Israeli-American forces. And as we speak, we are getting a confirmation. The IDF has put out an official word now that they are continuing with their strikes on both Beirut, where they are targeting Hezbollah, and in Tehran, where they claim they will continue to target the Iranian regime.
Yes. Like we said, Israel is targeting both Tehran and Beirut. So they are targeting Tehran and they're also targeting Beirut. Beirut is a capital of Lebanon. Big updates coming here on Republic TV. IDF is conducting these strikes. So Israel targeting both Beirut, Lebanon, particularly the Hezbollah strongholds there. And of course, the strikes continue against Iran as well. At the same time, we also showed pictures of Iran continuing the strikes in Israel, especially a lot of damage could be seen in Tel Aviv. President Trump saying that the hardest hits to Iran are not over. 4 to 5 weeks more escalation could be expected. It could even go even further. 6 American soldiers have lost their life. President Trump has said that sadly, many more American lives, soldiers could be lost. It's sad, but that's a sacrifice that America will be making to take down the Iranian regime. So this is what we see right now. Huge updates coming here on Republic TV. And putting on those pictures, this is Beirut in Lebanon. Iran's proxies like Hezbollah, they are very, very active, and they have joined in. They're supporting Iran. Niranjan, this is a multi-pronged war that we are seeing. The war against Iran is crossed over from Israel and US attacking Iran. Now we see that multiple strikes, cross-country strikes. There are many factions which have been formed. EU once again saying that they should go back to the negotiating table. It's very surprising that the talks which started in Geneva between US and Iran, the nuke talks, which were going pretty well, there was a lot of diplomacy, turned into this escalating situation that we are seeing here.
Yes, in fact, that is primarily, they say that it's because of the nuclear talks that broke down. But I'm getting in some more breaking news right now that Iraqi protesters have tried to reach the US embassy in Al-Khadra despite the crackdown. So this is a breaking news update that we have in Iraq. There is an attempt to storm the US embassy. Let me see if we can get those pictures up as well. From now, so across the Gulf region, in most countries, the US has faced protests. And these are pictures that are coming in from, we are told, in Al-Khadra. Al-Khadra in Iraq, where Iraqi protesters have tried to storm the US embassy. We should be able to get some details on that.
All right, yes, we're getting more updates coming in. Israel launches fresh strikes on Beirut. And Niranjan, yes, Niranjan, I think we have been joined by our guests, and now we can go ahead to our expert analysis.
Okay, so Mr. Suresh Goel is joining us live. Suresh Goel is a former ambassador. Ambassador Goel, thank you for joining us. Now, it's, the missiles are flying across the Middle East, getting in non-stop breaking updates from different parts of the Gulf, with countries being bombarded. Sir, your analysis of the developments in the last 24 to 36 hours, sir.
Let me go right to the beginning, first of all, because this whole war, the way it happened, it has taken practically everybody by surprise. And I think I heard you or the earlier one, the lady mentioned the unnecessary war because the talks were going on so well in Geneva. In fact, the report that I received from some other sources was that they were pretty close to an agreement by where Iran had agreed to actually reduce the enriched uranium stockpiles, reduce the concentration, etc., etc. There was a huge lot of things, and there was an understanding. In fact, I recall the statement from the Oman Ministry of Foreign Affairs that they seem to be pretty close to an agreement. And therefore, my understanding is that the war, whichever way it is, the war has been declared. Israel fired the first salvo. It is going to go on. So the thing is that what is the war all about? I don't think it's about the nuclear program of Iran, because that, I think, was about to be resolved. This is entirely up to about something else, whether it is regime change, whether it is Arab and Persia, or it is USA and Israel influence. In West Asia, there are speculation about the complete change or the West Asian order or disorder, as you might call it. So I think it's more about geostrategy rather than just nuclear weapons. And because of this issue, really, if it is geostrategy, I don't see any near solution or any immediate solution. Therefore, it is entirely up to the USA. How long do they want to continue fighting? Or to Iraq? How long will they continue to retaliate? But all said and done, I think the West Asia, which is our immediate neighborhood, is in very, very difficult times.
Yes. Mr. Goel, just one short question to you. Now, you know what we see here is that Iran is cornered from all sides. Of course, it has the support of the Hezbollah, but it's cornered. How is Iran really coordinating its missile, drone, and proxy launches? How are they doing this? Because we know that the key military sites were already destroyed by the US. Who is behind this? And the leadership is no more. The top leadership was eliminated, military and Khomeini. Who's coordinating this?
Well, obviously, Iran still has a stockpile of their own armament, their ammunition. And I'm not talking about the nuclear weapon, but they do have missiles. And therefore, if somebody said that by the initial few strikes, Iran's ammunition is going to be depleted, clearly it has not been depleted. I don't see anybody being able to supply that ammunition or missiles or drones or things like that to Iran in the kind of a situation that it is. The only obvious suspicion goes to either China or Russia. And I don't think they are going to be basically taking that kind of a risk. So it is Iran. And number two, even if the top leadership is gone, clearly the order has been shifted to another layer. So all I'm saying here is one should not underestimate Iran. Iran is not Venezuela. Iran is not a European problem. Iran is a civilizational West Asian Gulf country. It's a more than 3,000-year-old civilization. Like India, they have a huge sense of who they are. I don't think it's going to be so easy to suppress them or to undertake an operation in Iran. And I'm not talking about the Iranian people, but I'm talking about Iran as a country as such. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Goel, just getting a new response from Trump. Trump says U.S. has enough weapons stocked for forever war. Latest.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a latest statement from Trump. What does this mean?
No, clearly Trump has declared that he will continue to fight in Iran till he has achieved his objectives. Whether it is 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. But what are the objectives? Trump is saying the objective is to decimate Iran's nuclear program. I don't think that is a correct thing. I think he's using nuclear program, just like in the case of Iraq, as a reason for different objectives. I think he should clearly declare what his objectives are. If it is basically a geostrategic objective to bring West Asia under Israeli-US domination or their control, say so clearly that this is what you want. Saudi Arabia is siding with USA. Practically the entire Middle East, Qatar, Oman, everyone, even if reluctantly, they have no options because there are American bases there. But Europe, NATO, even though they are providing bases in some countries, Spain actually said no to the American planes, but NATO probably will eventually have no option but to be with the USA, even if it is not a NATO war in accordance with the NATO charter. So, we are actually in a situation where a war has been declared for some objective of the USA which have not been clearly spelled, at least not in public. If it is with them, but they have not declared it, it's entirely a different thing. But I really wish that there would be a clear roadmap as to what will end the war.
All right, we're getting in some more breaking news update right now that the US Embassy in Kuwait has announced embassy closure until further notice and cancellation of routine and emergency appointments. This is a breaking news update coming in. We had pictures that came in of the Kuwait embassy, the US embassy being bombed on Monday, and they've now closed that embassy until further notice. Taking a short break here on Republic, coming back with the pictures and the non-stop breaking updates. Stay tuned.
Now, coming up, viewers, 6 US soldiers have been killed. Donald Trump says the number could go higher in the next few days.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अनीस, घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's the objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Top headlines: Israel launches airstrikes on Lebanese airstrikes areas after Hezbollah fires 15 missiles across the border. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting U.S. bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Iraq. Two Iranian drones crashed at the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh. Damage has been reported. USA 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war. Fighting to continue.
In the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks.
And Trump declares Iran operations will be lasting 4 to 5 weeks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we start this edition of the news, staying focused completely on the developments. There are rapid developments in the war against Iran. Let's get across straight to the breaking news updates coming in. Donald Trump has made a statement, but before that, there have been fresh explosions heard in Isfahan. Now, Isfahan houses a nuclear facility, and that is why it is critical. In Isfahan, there have been latest explosions heard, and this is in the last few hours, we are told. And we're getting in more details of the explosions that are taking place. This is a fresh round of explosions as even Israel, I beg your pardon, went on record to say that they will continue to bomb Tehran and Beirut. But Isfahan also seems to have been targeted. This is the latest breaking news update coming in. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has put out a post saying that US is stocked with unlimited supply of weapons. This was obviously following what he said last night when he spoke to his country at an event. We'll play out what Donald Trump said, because all eyes are also on America and what America now does.
right, we're getting some more updates coming in. We see that Michael Bordavated is at the Turkey-Iran border, and we have the special report. Let's tell our viewers what's happening.
This is a CGTN report. This is the CGTN report, and the CGTN report from the Turkey-Iran border. Let's play it out.
I'm here at the Turkish-Iranian border. Here, this behind me, that's the Kapıköy border crossing. After the United States and Israel launched strikes on Iran, there were concerns that this crossing could see an influx of Iranians seeking to flee the fighting and enter Turkey. But in fact, the atmosphere is calmer than usual. We've spoken to some Iranians in Van, and the most common theme we're hearing is the concern for family members back home.
Evim, ailem İran'da. Haber alamadık, telefonda çalışmadığı için. Hem de mecbur dönecektik yani. Mecbur geri dönmek zorunda.
Bilgi yok, neden yok, çünkü hiçbir irtibat yok. Dün sadece bir bilgi aldım kardeşimden, yani aradım Türkiye'de. Dili her şey okey. Çünkü benim aile Tahran'da, onun için çok şey yaptım, Türkiye'den, İstanbul'dan direkt olarak Tehran'a geçmek istiyorum.
Meanwhile, regional countries hosting U.S. bases are on heightened alert as Iran has hit several countries, including Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, all linked to U.S. attacks on Iran. Here in Turkey, the focus has been on Incirlik Air Base that's situated in the city of Adana in southern Turkey. It is believed to be hosting U.S. nuclear warheads, as well as about 1,400 U.S. military members as well. While there have been no attacks on Turkey so far, rising tensions linked to Iran are closely being monitored, even as the situation as life at the border is calm for now. I'm here at the Turkish-Iranian border. Here, this behind me, that's the Kapıköy border crossing. After the United States and Israel launched strikes on Iran, there were concerns that this crossing could see an influx of Iranians seeking to flee the fighting and enter Turkey. But in fact, the atmosphere is calmer than usual. We've spoken to some Iranians in Van, and the most common theme we're hearing is the concern for family members back home.
Evim, ailem İran'da. Haber alamadık, telefonda çalışmadığı için. Hem de mecbur dönecektik yani. Mecbur geri dönmek zorunda.
Bilgi yok, neden yok, çünkü hiçbir irtibat yok. Dün sadece bir bilgi aldım kardeşimden, yani aradım Türkiye'de. Dili her şey okey. Çünkü benim aile Tahran'da, onun için çok şey yaptım, Türkiye'den, İstanbul'dan direkt olarak Tehran'a geçmek istiyorum.
Meanwhile, regional countries hosting U.S. bases are on heightened alert as Iran has hit several countries, including Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, all linked to U.S. attacks on Iran. Here in Turkey, the focus has been on Incirlik Air Base that's situated in the city of Adana in southern Turkey. It is believed to be hosting U.S. nuclear warheads, as well as about 1,400 U.S. military members as well. While there have been no attacks on Turkey so far, rising tensions linked to Iran are closely being monitored, even as the situation as life at the border is calm for now.
Okay, Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari joining us on the broadcast. Air Vice Marshal, wanted to get your view on what America says, that they have enough stockpiles, but movement and action on the ground doesn't seem to suggest that.
I agree, they've got enough stockpile of ammunition, bombs, but what is the stockpile of the body bags where they have to carry Americans back to America? There is a major concern, and concern of not mine, but the senators and the public of USA. You can continue fighting. See, Iran has been very careful, and Iran has targeted most of the bases all around the Middle East. They are trying to avoid any collateral damage, but however, something has taken place. They are trying to target the army jawans, US Marines, US Marines who are staying in the hotels. And in this target, some people have been hurt also. Now look at the Egypt and Turkey. The two places Iran has avoided. Iran has not targeted any bases in these two places. And what you are showing on the border crossing, but Iranians are looking for a safe. Iran is going to get really damaged. But Iran will be totally gone after some time. The amount of bombing and taking place, there's no security, a lot of damage will take place. But Iran is capable of destroying Israel. And they've already showed that. Tel Aviv and Haifa has become miserable. I think somebody was telling me that the people wanted to stop the war, but Netanyahu is still continuing. Now, all the 9 bases around the Middle East, it is very evident that now US is not capable of launching aircraft from those bases. They have to launch aircraft from remote places. That's why they require mid-air refuelers. A lot of refuelers have already started from America flying to these bases. So Trump wishes to continue, but he should have to consider and how much he can expect and how much people, how many army jawans. They have already lost 3 aircrafts, 3 F-15s in Kuwait. Yeah, and how many aircraft they have lost in other bases, it is not known. They must have been lost on the ground itself. A lot of equipment has been damaged. And how many American soldiers have been killed, that is also not coming into the limelight. Now Trump has to take a call. Trump has to take a call whether to continue and punish Iran or to save your men. Let's see what happens in the future. And however, I'm telling you, even Iran, total ammunition, they may not have any. But they will continue till the last missiles, last drones they have got. And even the manufacturing of drone must be continuing. Like Ukraine has not stopped the production of drones. They continued the drones and fought for the Russia, been fighting the Russia for the last 4 years. So let's see, it is not simple for them. Because even the Middle East, people know wherever the Iran has come, maybe Afghanistan, maybe Iraq, maybe Syria, maybe Libya, they have been spoiled and they have suffered. So this is a clear-cut message, and people in the Middle East should remember what America is going to do if it's going to capture Iran. And so that will be one of the cause. And as regards the Middle East countries are there, I don't think they will go in favor of America. They will stay indifferent, and they have to mount pressure on America not to launch so that war comes to end. Because some of the places have got the common boundary with the Kuwait. Kuwait with Iran. Iranian forces are very powerful. Iranian army very powerful. So this country will not go in war to them. They have already given the passage. In spite of certain damages, they will make statements, but they will not guide directly. Now we are waiting. The only problem with Iran is that they don't have sufficient intelligence input on the location of the ships, aircraft carriers, and other bases. That input, if they get it, success rate of Iran will going to improve. We'll see that Iran's success rate and efficacy of the missiles will be nearly 100% thereafter.
Yes.
However, they are trying
Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, defense expert, is joining us with this analysis. And Niranjan, the question also arises whether these Iran-backed proxies can really influence the outcome of the escalation. A big breaking news coming in: Israel launches airstrikes on South Lebanon. So, like we were just talking about, the Iran-backed proxies, especially in Lebanon, Israel is trying to target the Hezbollah strongholds. Israel launches airstrikes on South Lebanon. Big updates coming here on Republic TV. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking news we're getting for our viewers. Air raid sirens sound in Jerusalem area. Air raid sirens are sounding in Jerusalem area. So we see a huge escalation there. Expansion into the wider Gulf region. embassy attacks. Gulf air defense systems are engaged. Spillover into Saudi, Bahrain, Emirati airspace. So the front line is getting wider and wider. The war front line is getting bigger and bigger, Niranjan.
Yes, and we're getting in more details as we speak. US and Israel conducting, the airstrikes in Tehran, which even Israel confirmed a few minutes back. There is a video coming in. The latest video that we have right now from Tehran, we'll put out the video as well. There are more strikes that have been conducted on Beirut. The IDF confirmed that the strikes were happening a few minutes back. And we are getting in videos of the strikes as well. Israeli airstrikes have hit the Lebanese capital. This is footage that has been captured a few seconds back. And as we speak, there are also pictures coming in of airstrikes in Tehran, Iran. Let's play the video as well. There is a video. In fact, there is a video. We should be playing out that video in a short while from now.
Okay, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Israel launches more strikes on Beirut. Big updates coming here on Republic TV. Like we said, Beirut, Lebanon is also part of the wider war front line now. because Iran-backed proxies have taken the side of Iran, and we see an exchange of fire between Hezbollah and Israel. So a multi-front war that is playing out there. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. We see this is the escalation, proxy escalation through Hezbollah. Iran-aligned groups have joined in, so intensifying the operations against the Israeli and US positions across the border. So simultaneous fronts have opened up in the Ranjan. This is a huge update coming in. Escalation is getting more intense, more intense.
Okay,
yes.
So we have David also joining us as Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari stays with us. Professor David Menashtri is also joining us live. He's from the Alliance Center for Iranian Studies. He's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Professor David, hearing of a new wave of drone strikes on Jerusalem. There is a view, and I'd like to get your response on that, that perhaps the interceptors and the air defense systems are maybe getting weaker. Now, how are you looking at it? How are people in Israel looking at it?
Well, unfortunately, we are used to it. And it's very devastating that after all these years, our leaders did not find a way to try and solve such conflicts. And I personally am involved with Track 2 diplomacy for 35 years, and I regret that relations that we had with Iran, which were so friendly, and I did research at Tehran University for 2 years just before the revolution, and we were looking for some better understanding on both sides. There are right now, what we see, it's strike here and strike here. It's very painful. I cannot say anything else. But the problem is that we don't see the light at the end of this tunnel. We don't see bombing here and there. And it's not only, it was yesterday on your program, attack on the American embassy in Karachi, and then in Saudi Arabia, and missiles here and there. I think that someone should sit and bring people together and try to at least stop the violence. So it didn't happen, unfortunately. And it's when you see that they are attacking Jerusalem. Yes, yesterday I was in your program, and I had to end abruptly the panel because of silence going on, and there was attack on the small town that I live. So it's not nice, it's not good, but that's not the problem. The problem is where we are going to, and I don't have an answer.
Professor, I'm really glad that you brought that point out. Where is the light at the end of the tunnel? So what are the exit conditions? What are the exit conditions from this war?
Listen, whoever started with it should have thought about how do you exit from there. And we have seen United States going to Iraq in 2003, and when they left, well, of course, President Bush Jr. said, mission accomplished. But it took long time. At the end, there are proxies of Iran, Shiite extremists are involved there. We saw the Taliban, it's closer to your heart. We saw that, no, not to your heart, but to your place. And we saw what Americans have done in Afghanistan in 2001. They went in, and they went in again, and they had to run away from Afghanistan. The United States doesn't have the appetite to be here and fight for us. And I do agree with them. We don't want them. Israel has never asked the United States to fight, or any other country, to fight for us. But I think that when you go somewhere and you start bombing here and there, and then they attack on, the Iranians are attacking anywhere, from Saudi Arabia through Qatar, Bahrain, Israel, Cyprus. they reach Europe. So it's I don't see the end. What is the end? People think that regime change. Well, I'm an historian in profession. I don't remember many cases that the foreign country coming with air force and leading to change of regime. It's very difficult. You also, when you topple a regime, you must know in advance, and you say what is the exit. It is exactly when you are trying to overthrow this regime. Did you think about? I mean, not you personally, my lady. It's the Americans, the Israelis. Did they think who is going to replace them? I was in Iran in '78 in research, and I saw this revolution coming. First, it took them 14 months from the mass demonstrations until the change of regime. Second, there was an organized opposition with controlling all the mosques all over Iran. They have bases in any city. Now, what did you gain? They overthrow one dictator and they get another dictator. So whoever dreams about paradise in Iran with the toppling of this regime, they have to rethink.
Yes, yes. Niranjan, as we are decoding what is happening, I also want to bring in what Iran is saying. We are seeing there's a multi-front war. Iran is striking U.S. embassies across the Gulf region, and they have said that it is not the neighboring countries, their neighbors, that they have a problem with. They have a problem with the U.S. embassies and U.S. sites in the Gulf nations.
Yes. Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, you see, for example, the Kuwait embassy was hit yesterday. Today they've closed it, sir, and we are hearing of more and more embassies in the Gulf region being targeted, protests. We saw what happened in Pakistan. So it appears like this is going to be a very, very disturbing trend. It's something that is started and it's going to be very hard to contain now for America. Air Vice Marshal.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. This is a very, very disturbing trend. It will continue. Embassy of US citizens will be targeted in all the Middle East, Pakistan, or other countries. We have yet to see. We have heard the David. David has the pain of the Israel. You can come out from it. See, Israel is getting, I'm not getting it is a hit, but a lot of losses they have to undergo. At the end of the war, tunnel, nothing, no light can be seen. But I can forecast, I can say what will happen at the end of the war. Devastated Iran, devastated Israel, and large number of body bags reaching in America. And all their bases around the Middle East, probably except Turkey and Egypt, will be destroyed completely. And Iran will be, of course, devastated. If the Trump wants this, he can continue this war for some time. This having a regime change is no excuse. Regime change is none of his business. What does he want to prove? Regime change. It's not Venezuela, where he bought a lot of people and picked up, silent everybody, all his guards, and picked up from him. He has been successful. I appreciate Mossad and even MI6 and even CIA. They have successfully in pointing out where the Khomeini was there, and they have been American aircrafts have been successful bombing, clearing one bases one by one. 80 bombs blasted within a span of a short time, cleared one layer, now bombed the second layer and third layer. So multi-layer safety was destroyed. I appreciate the professionalism. But purpose has been achieved. If he had destroyed it, achieved, he should have been thrown, not keep striking Iran again and again. Iran, this war will continue till the time Iran has got the last of his missiles. But at what cost? After that, what will be the result finally? Devastated Iran again. Israel in very bad shape. It's a small country. If it is devastated, it takes more time to come up. But however, Iran, by virtue of its terrain, by virtue of its area, by virtue of its resources, can still come up. But Israel will have a difficult time just because of the Trumps. He is the enemy of the world peace. He has to take a call. His senators are already on the road. They're saying that he has no business to attack Iran. I only hope a common sense bill comes into him and he calls off the strike and stop the strike and let the peace prevail in the world.
Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, defense expert. I think we have some more videos for our viewers. Let's go to the next video. We have a video coming in, and this is a U.S. embassy in Jordan, which has been temporarily evacuated. Its compound has been evacuated, and like Okay, the picture is out. Niranjan, like we were seeing, this is coming in as we see that Tehran, even though it's saying that there's no conflict intention with its neighbors, operational reality on the ground is very different because a lot of infrastructure of the neighboring countries have been hit apart from the US embassies and US sites.
Yes. That is from the news agencies in Iran that have put out some of these videos. So we have different pictures coming in right now. Different pictures coming in, and the U.S. Embassy in Jordan has been temporarily evacuated. Its compound has been evacuated. So that picture coming in from the Anadolu news agency in the Middle East, and they have put this video out. And we should be, and this is a similar situation where across different countries, the US embassies are being targeted. In Kuwait, we saw the visuals yesterday. Let's go across to Professor David. Professor David, we heard of a new wave of attacks on Jerusalem, right? Almost upwards of 30 to 50 drones, we are told, were launched at Jerusalem.
Yes, yes. So, we have seen worse than that in Beersheba yesterday, in Tel Aviv. Of course, Jerusalem is a symbol. And that's more painful when you see that they are targeting, and there are so many Muslims, Arabs, and Christians in Jerusalem, so whom they want to kill. But with your permission, I want to say something about internal things in Iran, which are the key to the change in many ways. First, I would say I have not seen yet any cracks within the regime in Iran. There are some rumors about the military, the army. People are getting out and speaking against the army. The army is still, if the army will take over in Iran, this is not bad because they care about Iran. The military army is swearing to protect the state. The Revolutionary Guards, they are to the revolution. So that's one thing that we see within themselves. But I want to say one good word about the people of Iran. It's a long time that I thought, which is the country, Muslim country in the Middle East, who has the chance to be a democracy. And I have no doubt that this is Iran. Because this is a well-educated population that is open to ideas of democracy. Iran had two big revolutions in the 20th century. Iran is the only country in the Middle East which had constitutional revolution. It's the only country in the Middle East who had two revolutions in one century, the second being the Islamic Revolution. And now when you see the women in Iran, when you see the students in Iran, and I think that, I'm invited to an international forum that we are trying to promote peace in the world, in the Middle East, and they want to come with some statement against Israel attacking Iran. Be my guest. With such statements, you don't solve any problem and there's not any painful. But did anyone say something to the Iranian government for killing so many of their own children? Where is the world? Where is the free world? And now, whenever you want to say something against Israel, you automatically have majority in any forum. But I think that these people are being suppressed, and they deserve better treatment by their government. And they deserve to get what they want, to change the regime. But this should be planned ahead of time. This should be organized. There should be an alternative ideology. There should be some, financial, I hope that they have some finance, but they have to be more organized. And I can tell you, even now when I look at the Iranian opposition, I'm reminded of what I wrote 40 years ago about them, that they hate each other more than they hate the regime. And I think that's one of the weaknesses of the opposition is they don't have they cannot agree on almost anything. So it's then there. I don't think we should rush to see change of regime. Sometimes change of regime is not the remedy, but we have to make sure that whoever is in power in Iran will not have access to nuclear weapon and will start speaking with the world. They sold it to their children, to the students for 47 years that America is the land of Satan. What can we do? You cannot today in this new era with all the, Instagrams and all kind of social instruments that you have. You cannot block ideas moving from place to place. And the young people of Iran found that maybe Iran is this land of Satan, but it's also the land of freedom and welfare. And what they care about today is to feed their children, to feed their brothers and sisters. And this is something that the international community should arrange, not to accuse this or the other one. With mutual accusations, we won't get anywhere. But stop fighting and start thinking how you resolve these conflicts.
Right. Okay, Professor David there getting us a perspective. I also want to go across to Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, a defense expert, joining us. Let's also shift our attention to the Strait of Hormuz. Now it's closed. We know that it's closed, and Iran has warned that anyone who goes anywhere close will be attacked. Would there be a plan now? Would there be a plan now to release the control of Strait of Hormuz from Iran? What do you think will happen next?
It is nearly impossible to clear the Hormuz out of Iranian control till the time Iran is entirely devastated. Probability of that is almost zero. It will be cleared only once the ceasefire conditions are reached. Now, I'll speak about Mr. David, what you are saying. A lot of problem is there in Iran, public is supposed to leave. But what happens in Pakistan? Now, America is very happy with the Pakistan nuclear bomb, but they are allergic to Iranian nuclear bomb. America doesn't look at the Balochistan, how they're suffering at the cost of Pakistan. They don't look at it. After Op Sindoor, America gave enough funds to re-establish the terrorist organizations who had been responsible of harboring the main terrorists what US wanted. So this dual attitude towards both the countries, and he wants to be leader and everything is controlled, is not correct. If he wants to be leader of the world, he should look at the same standards for every country. He feels that the Iranian population is getting oppressed and suppressed by the empire. Their lookout. Different people coming on the road, Iran has nothing with you. It started from 1998, 1979 itself. Even during Khomeini's regime, people are coming on the road and there have been a negotiations and things have been established. But after eliminating total lot, I only appreciate the effort of those intelligence agencies who targeted, and the professionalism of US Air Force. They targeted and destroyed and killed nearly about 40 to 50 high officials who matter. But that is not enough. Iran is a big country. It's an old civilization. It's a war of a civilization. If you eliminate 50 or 100, others will take charge and continue to the fight. Iran is not like Iraq. It is not like a Syria. It is not like a Lebanon. So it is a strong nation. But however, it doesn't have the capacity to fight till the end, till the time. So something to stop the devastation of the two countries. David's country, Israel, and the Iran. Trump should think over it. Making a statement like again and again, I will fight till the end and that will be destroyed. It will not be possible. America has seen what has happened in Vietnam, what has happened in Afghanistan. They said they spent 200 billions of investment and took 20 years to replace the Taliban by Taliban. So what they have achieved? Now the outlook of the Middle East nations should also be there. Wherever America has come, then they look at the condition of those states. If they make Iran like this, next target may be Jordan, next target may be UAE, next target may be Dubai. Because he's a businessman. His interest is the personal interest. If you continue like this, he has to be halted. And the role of Middle East nations is very, very important at this stage. Because if their American citizens, American soldiers are hiding in the residential areas, they will definitely be targeted by the Iranian missiles. In the bargain, those states will also lose. That was what we have said in Dubai, what we have seen in Riyadh, and what we see in the Qatar and other places. Let's see how long this continue. And because Trump has to understand, not only Trump, American senators, they have already started objecting. They have to come on the roads and put a stop to it. Put a stop to it. Good sense has prevailed in the European nations, who till therefore yesterday said they are going to join. Like today, Germany has made a statement. Even the Europe and other things, they have stayed away. In spite of the UK attack, UK base at Cyprus being attacked, UK is still away.
Air,
so the good sense of
Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tawari, I thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining for both our guests. Thank you both our guests for joining us. I think we are getting some more breaking news coming in. So let's go to the next set of breaking news that we're getting for our viewers, because we're getting the live coverage here every minute of what is happening. Let's go to the breaking news. China shows support for Iran in the Gulf War. A very expected development. Ishita is also joining us here in the studio. Ishita, China is showing support for Iran in the Gulf War. Of course, we have the proxies which are supporting Iran. Now, this was something expected as well. China coming out, supporting Iran.
Right, of course. We have seen already so many countries across the Gulf have got engulfed in this war, and now China also coming in to support Iran. The question is whether this support is only in terms of words, or whether we're also going to see logistical support coming in from Beijing for, in fact, Iran at this point. Now, the war in the Gulf is escalating hour by hour, and China now, in fact, pledging support for Iran in the Gulf War is the latest we're tracking. It is the foreign minister who has now dialed his Iranian counterpart from China, discussing the latest developments of the war, and in fact pledging more support for Iran in West Asia. Now, Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tawari continues to stay with us. I want to ask you, more and more states are now getting embroiled in this West Asia war. China here has come out to support Iran. Are we also looking at some logistical support now coming for Iran from China, in fact?
Right. Ishita, China FM has dialed the Iranian FM, the foreign minister, and this is coming after the Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs had briefed the senior members of China's Central Committee and his counterpart, promising to do everything to ensure the safety of Chinese citizens in the country amid the war launched by the US and Israel. So very expected development. China showing support for Iran in the Gulf War. We also saw the Foreign Minister Arakchi had made the comment in a call with the Chinese delegation, focusing on the situation in Iran as Tehran defended itself at all costs. Okay. And let's move ahead. Ishita, what we see is that Trump has been making multiple statements. So
right.
Trump, the latest statement coming in from Trump was that this war can go on forever. America has a huge stockpile, unlimited stockpile of weapons. Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a big threat to America. He also claimed that this war could go on for 4 to 5 more weeks and even further. The aim of America is to destroy the nuke capabilities of Iran. Here's what Trump said.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
All right, viewers, we're getting more and more developments regarding the tensions and how they're escalating in West Asia. The latest that we know is more fronts opening up for Israel. This time, Israel is now striking Hezbollah targets in the capital of Lebanon, Beirut. More strikes are now being launched by IDF. In fact, on Beirut is what we're given to understand. Those are the latest updates regarding the war in West Asia. Israel launching more and more strikes on Beirut. The war seems to be widening by the hour, and the latest that we know about is more strikes now being launched by Israel on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon.
Yes.
This is another front opening up for Israel.
That's right. Ishita, like we were discussing, now Israel is targeting the proxies, Iranian proxies in Lebanon, Hezbollah specifically. I want to go across to our guest who's joining us, Mr. Robindra Sachdeva, foreign affairs expert, joining us live here on Republic. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Sachdeva. Israel is launching strikes in Beirut. We see that Hezbollah is also targeting Israel. Iran is targeting Israel. Multi-front war has opened up. Just a short perspective from you. How much further and how many more front lines will open up according to you, or this is the maximum?
Thank you. A pleasure to be with you and your audiences. Okay, other fronts we'll see, but as you said, yeah, it's multiple formats and multi-dimensions and multi-vectors. The war could stop actually in 3 to 4 days also, by the way, or it would go on like the weeks and weeks. The way it could stop in 3 to 4 days would be if the Venezuela model is repeated and is applied. That is what Trump and his team are trying. The Venezuela model was take out the top layer, the second layer, which ascends, threaten them with immediate death or compliance. That is what they did with Rodriguez, the vice president, and the defense minister. They asked them to come to a room, put a speakerphone on. From Florida, the Central Command officer called them and said that you have 15 minutes to decide. Agree to our terms, or if you say no, in 20 minutes you'll be blasted out. Rodriguez and Venezuela made their choice. They are trying similar with Iran, but in the case of Iran, this is not happening. The second layer which has come in now, okay, they've taken out, the supreme leader, the 40-50 top officials, defense minister, defense chief, revolutionary guard chief, intelligence chief, all of them have been taken out. Somebody has stepped up, interim or whatever there. This layer is not agreeing to a Venezuela type deal. They've dug in their heels and they're going on fighting. Now what Americans and Israelis are trying is to take out this second layer also, right? Take out whoever else, the new, defense minister, the new revolutionary guard chief and all. And they're hoping that the third layer, which, bubbles up now, would strike a bargain. So that's one trajectory which America is pushing very hard. But chances of that seem much less, because it seems that the regime and the officials therein they are very much ideologically grounded, and they're not giving up their positioning. So the short term, unless this happens, is out. So what remains is the long term or the medium term, a few weeks ongoing. And a few weeks ongoing would then go on into years. Okay, Iran could turn into something like Yemen, a portion of the country which is okay, which goes separate, but the Houthis, let's say they control 2/3 of Yemen and they keep fighting. So similar could be in Iran. Now, what other fronts could open up? Okay, the fronts we are seeing right now are, if we go quickly, Iran started by attacking Israel, of course, but also it went asymmetrical in the sense that it started attacking American bases, military bases in the Gulf countries. From the military bases, then it has moved on to American civilian targets, that is American embassies, they're hitting those, right? Then they are going after, and that is a real, twist. They're going after as sovereign assets of the Gulf countries. In Qatar, they blasted away the largest terminal of LNG gas of Qatar. Qatar has stopped all gas LNG production. They've targeted Aramco, the Saudi, behemoth, world's largest oil companies. Not much damage there, but they've done. So that means now they are going after strategic assets of the Gulf states also. Then, of course, in Dubai, attacks and all. And by the way, there's a Trump International Hotel in Dubai. That could be a legit target. There's a Trump golf course also, by the way, in Dubai. The advantage for Iran in this case is that these locations are nearer. So they need to use only, short distance drones or missiles. And the air defense of, let's say, around the Trump golf course would be much lesser as compared to the air defense of Tel Aviv. They are going that track, right? Now, what other fronts? Yes, yesterday, I think Hezbollah started yesterday, right? Probably. Hezbollah started, getting into act. Now, Houthi could open up. Houthi have already said they could open up.
Right.
Hamas could open up, by the way. Hamas is, okay, though, killed and under the ground, but some incidents could pop up there. So these are obviously three obvious. Then, of course, within Iraq, the Kitabe Hezbollah, which is again aligned with Tehran, they've already attacked American bases. The base in Erbil was, I think, attacked by the Hezbollah of Iraq. So these are the few others which could kick in. I mean, Houthis would kick in, I would assume and think.
Right, of course.
Houthis
Mr. Sachdev, sorry to interrupt you there. We'll continue this conversation, but we've got a big development coming in at this point. China, in fact, has pledged support to Iran. It says it sends a veiled warning to the US and Israel as it continues its aggression against Iran. Now, China here has shown support to Iran in the Gulf War. We're looking at more and more states now becoming part of this West Asia war. China has now come out in the support of Iran, and it seems it's a veiled warning sent directly to US and Israel as they continue their strikes against Tehran. So this is what we're looking at.
Yes, and Ishita, so China has already criticized the US and Israeli military action against Iran, warning that it risks plunging the Middle East into a deeper instability situation and undermining the international law. So we see that China is supporting Iran, showing support to Iran. Let's get our guest back on this, Mr. Sachdeva. Ishita, we also have to track the reactions which are coming in. So we are still waiting for more reactions to come in from other countries, specifically Russia, China, other countries. EU wants the situation to get under control. Let's go back to our guest. Yes, Ishita.
Right, of course. Mr. Sachdev, I want to ask you, US, of course, anticipated that a retaliation would come from Iran. But do you think the scale of it, the intensity of the attacks we're now looking at on US assets, more and more states are getting involved. Do you think US did not anticipate that Iran would go to this scale and length?
No, true. It could be so. I mean, they would have anticipated, but probably they thought the probability was low. Right. I mean, you go by probability planning also, right? Scenarios, they would have gamed out everything. They were the smartest of minds and brains and strategists, etc., crunching the numbers and geography data, etc., etc. But I think the probability that they assigned that Iran would attack American bases was low, and much lower would have been the fact that Iran would attack Qatar natural gas terminals, Aramco. I think they would have maybe allocated a lower probability to that. So that's there. Secondly, by the way, amongst the various things happening, one thing I'm particularly very interested, and especially with regards to India also, is the situation in Saudi. Okay, there have been attacks in Saudi at Aramco, as we were saying, the oil facility. The American embassy in Riyadh has also been attacked, though not much damage. But to my mind, the question is, Saudi and Pakistan have a mutual defense pact. You would very well remember, and your viewers will also, right?
Yes, sir.
Under that pact, what was reported then a few months ago, I think, and what we know, under that pact, it is said that an attack against one would be deemed as an attack on the other. So the question to my mind now is that, would an attack on Saudi Arabia by Iran require that Pakistan should attack Iran? Then we will know what strength or the litmus test of this defense pact. Otherwise, was this Saudi-Pakistan pact mere optics, or does it have teeth? I think that's extremely important for India to be tracking, and which I'm absolutely sure, more than sure, we must be tracking. So that's one other, footnote or subtext to the whole situation out there. Other than that, yes, the Iranians are inflicting damage. Americans probably thought, if you may remember the second Gulf War with Dick Cheney and George Bush, when they attacked Iraq, they said we are going in with shock and awe. Remember the shock and awe. So here also, they've gone in with the shock and awe, but the shock and awe has not, dismantled the regime, and neither its, military abilities or capabilities so far.
Right. So China here has sent a warning to the US and Israel that, you need to back off at this point. It's a veiled warning. It says it is clearly on the side of Iran. Are we also looking at a possibility where there could be logistical support coming in from China in the near future?
We don't know, but I think the chances of that, again, everything is possible. Anything is possible, right? The sun will disappear today, by the way. We have the eclipse going on, right? But what is the probability that the sun disappears, right? So there is a probability that China would be supplying some, logistics, materials, and but what we've seen of China, it seems so far, it has always played a very restrained role. Even in the case of Russia, though it is said that China is supplying many electronic components and all to Russia, but it's not supplying, completed products or items which could be used in a warfare. So similarly, with respect to Iran, we could anticipate that China would be supplying some components, etc. But I don't think to a large degree. Though, yes, there are reports that before this war started, there were about 20 odd plane loads which had come down from China. Apparently, it was said that those are the air defense systems also. Now, if those were air defense systems, but air defense systems seem to have not worked at all in Iran, right? So if those are the Chinese air defense systems, they've not performed well at all.
China sending a threat. They are saying that, and we've seen China has opposed the unilateral use of force and U.S. military dominance in global affairs. They always have this narrative of a multipolar world order. We have seen China speak about this again and again. So it looks like they are trying to de-escalate the situation. They've always been against U.S. aggression.
Oh, certainly, they've been against U.S. aggression, and what they're saying is the right thing. What we are seeing in the world of today is a very clear flouting of the international rule of law. What the US is doing is absolutely in contravention, violation of some norms as such, right? But so be it. This is the real world in which we have to live, I think. As far as China is concerned, it kind of avoids getting entangled. If you see, it's competing with America to be the number one empire, right? But like in the case of Venezuela, who was a good friend of ally of China, Maduro went down, China did not lift a finger. Okay, so China will not come militarily in support of its closest friends also. China does not have military alliances, by the way, with anyone, right? China's focus, smart in that sense, I would say, is to keep building its own power and infrastructure and economy. China believes in the axiom or idiom or whatever, do not get into a fight unless you know that you can win the fight. China is not getting into fights right now because it's not 100% sure that it will win the fight. It's preserving, it's growing its strength. So when the time comes when it thinks that it is ready to go into a war, that it can win the fight, that's when China will move. But what China is saying is absolutely the right thing. What the US is doing is a violation of international law.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, for joining us. Thank you all our guests for joining us here on Republic. The live coverage continues, and Ishita, the latest is that China throwing its support behind Iran, everyone taking their side, some staying neutral. Taking a short break.
Right, of course, US coming up on the other side. China's veiled warning issue to US and Israel as it now takes a side for Iran in the West Asia war.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we are covering Ishita.
Yes,
We're giving continuous updates of the war that is happening in the West Asian region, Ishita.
Yes, of course. And the latest development is coming from China. It has issued a veiled warning to the US and Israel, saying all the support will now be given to Iran in this West Asia war. We'll track all the developments. But first up, the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Massive development as China issues veiled warning to the US and Israel. Chinese Foreign Minister calls on his Iranian counterpart to discuss developments.
Israel launches two-pronged attack as it launches strike on both Beirut, Tehran.
Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
Iran launches a fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait.
We have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, adds that the US will go on longer if needed.
All right, viewers, this is the biggest breaking news of the day. China sends whale warning to US and Israel. Now, Wang Yi had a phone call with Iranian Foreign Minister, that is Syed Abbas Araghchi, and Syed Abbas Araghchi was briefed Wang Yi on the latest developments of the situation in Iran, noting that the US has launched war against Iran for the second time during the ongoing negotiations. So this is China jumping into the conflict, and China showing support to Iran. Now, the Syed Abbas Araghchi briefed Wang Yi on the latest developments of the situation in Iran, noting that the US has launched war against Iran for the second time during their ongoing negotiations. So, China has highlighted the fact that the negotiations were happening, there were talks happening, and the strike took place while both sides were negotiating. Now, though the two sides have made positive progress in the latest round of negotiations, China said the US action violates all international laws and treads and even crosses the red line of Iran. The Iranian side has no choice but to defend itself at all costs. So this is the statement of China.
Right, of course, we also have two guests joining us on the broadcast, including Major General G.D. Bakshi, defense analyst, and Terry Newman joining us from Tel Aviv. He's an Israeli entrepreneur. Thank you to both of you for joining us on Republic. Starting with you, sir, I want to ask you, Major General G.D. Bakshi, do you think US anticipate the kind of attacks that are now coming in on strategic assets? We're looking at US assets being attacked all across the Gulf. A US embassy has now said in Israel it is in no position to help or assist Americans in evacuating from the war zone areas.
You know, the simple fact was that General Dan Carl, you know, the Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, while briefing Donald Trump, had told him there were strong chances of casualties to American servicemen, material and physical casualties, and that our stockpile of missile interceptors was highly limited, right? And this war regime change seemed almost impossible to achieve. This war could drag on and on. All these warnings were given. Despite this, now Marco Rubio is saying we didn't start it, Israel started it, you know, and then we had no option but to get in, but you got it. On the first day, they killed about 48 top Iranian officials, starting from Khomeini downwards. I mean, that list is now known. Okay? They thought we have a decapacitating strike tomorrow like Venezuela. You know, Iran will be on its knees kissing the boots of Donald Trump. Give us a break, man, and get real. You are fighting with Iran. Iran is not Venezuela, famous for its Miss World and Miss Universe beauty pageants, right? This is a fighting country that fought Iraq for 8 long years, spent billions of lives, but it didn't flinch. So it's going to fight back because you put it in a corner. And it is fighting back quite well. Within an hour of the American strikes, they had started retaliating. They thought we will decapacitate. It is idiotic to decapacitate the entire enemy leadership. Please let me say my piece today. It is idiotic. In World War II, when they wanted to use nuclear weapons, did they hit Tokyo? No. They hit, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. So that the command and control echelon with which you have to negotiate at some point is not obliterated. It is stupid policy to do that, because their response was very simple. The Iranians had seen what had happened last year, June, 12-day war. They had delegated their command authority to
General
the
Bakshi, we would
33
request you to hold on. We are getting a very big breaking news. It's a very big breaking news coming in right at this moment. Big IRGC claim. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has said our Navy has launched 4 cruise missiles at the aircraft carrier, that is Abraham Lincoln. Ishita, this is a very big development, and it's also a very big claim. They're claiming they have launched ballistic missiles. They have launched missiles aimed at the aircraft carrier. Now, we very well know that 2 aircraft carriers of the United States were placed near Iran during that time, also during the build-up time also, and now this is a very big claim that Iran has made, that they have launched 4 missiles, and this is another big claim aimed towards USS aircraft carrier. That is the Abraham Lincoln, Ishita.
Right, of course, Shiv, it is a big claim, but we need to understand that, amid this fog of war, there are claims and counter-claims made by both the sides. It is a claim, in fact, that has been made from the Iranian side. No confirmation yet from the American side, because earlier also Iran had claimed to hit a US aircraft carrier, but US came out and refuted those allegations. But of course, Shivam, as you mentioned, it is a big claim that IRGC has now claimed that it launched 4 cruise missiles at the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln. That's the big claim. Let's take this conversation forward with Major General J.D. Bakshi, who continues to stay with us. Sir, you were talking about the claims and how US should not have taken the top leadership of Iran, because, there's no one to essentially negotiate now. Sure. I want to ask you, how do you look at this big development that has come in? IRGC says it has fired 4 cruise missiles toward a US aircraft carrier.
This is the second such attack. As a military analyst, I have been predicting this from day 2 onwards. They will be hit. The first attack was day before yesterday, was a probing attack. A probing attack on the Abraham Lincoln's carrier to probe its missile defenses, to get the telemetry data so that they could plan their next strike properly, based upon how the Americans are reacting. This is the second attack. And let me tell you that the Americans may have denied that nothing happened, but they moved the aircraft carrier further away.
Yes.
And the IRGC was mocking them for running away from the battlefield, kind of a thing. It was moved towards the Arabian Sea. I don't know if it has come back in target or closer back, because otherwise how the hell do you launch your air strikes?
Definitely.
Most of the F-35s are on the Abraham Lincoln.
Surely.
Now, but let me just finish. So I would not be very dismissive. I would wait and watch. The Americans have suffered 6 casualties killed, 18 wounded as per Central Command.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I think one of the prime targets of the Iranians would be to hit one of the battleships. There are 5,000 American sailors on the Abraham Lincoln, also on the Ford.
Major J.D. Bakshi,
on every single destroyer.
I would also like to say that Donald Trump, he has always claimed to be a peacemaker, but this is going in the opposite direction. America cannot afford body bags, and also they cannot afford putting boots on the ground. Terry Newman is also with me. Terry, has Israel started a war that has become very difficult for not just Israel, but also for the United States of America? Israel does not have the strategic depth in case Iran continues firing all the missiles that it possesses. It has a very good drone technology. It has lots of ballistic missiles in its silos. What's your take on that? Can you continue this war for a very long time? Terry?
Well, this is a war that will probably take in the region of up to about 4 weeks. So far the war has been going considerably better than what was planned and expected. Certainly, there's been a slight surprise from the north that Hezbollah has joined the war and has started firing on Israel from Lebanon. But even there, we were prepared for that, and we are now striking back. And what is very heartening to see is that the people of Lebanon, the government of Lebanon, are now turning on the Hezbollah. So I think they will be totally out of the Middle East game by the end of this war. I think that the Major General has made some incorrect comments in terms of what is happening inside of Iran at the moment. You know, the top leadership has been taken out, which it will enable those below it to make the negotiations required in order to change the regime. This isn't just a case of keeping the same regime and stopping something.
But Terry, this is General Bakshi's opinion. We all are free to make our own opinion, have an opinion. That's not wrong. But the primary reason, the primary question here is, why do you want a regime change to happen? Why is US so much interested in Iran and what's happening there? And why were you negotiating when you had to strike? That's the biggest question. You could even have thought about of making peace.
So, you know, there were negotiations going on with North Korea to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons. And whilst those negotiations were going on, North Korea developed nuclear weapons. And now there is nothing that can be done. This is a regime that is openly calling for death and destruction to the United States. It's openly calling for death and destruction to the state of Israel. It is now openly attacking Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain. It attacked yesterday European soil in Cyprus. We have to understand what this regime is. And more people are now waking up and are thanking the Americans and are thanking the Israelis for doing what needs to be done. Now, in terms of, will there be American and Israeli losses? Sadly, yes, there will be. But freedom is something that must be cherished. It must be fought for. In India, you understand this. In previous generations in the West, we understood this. And we have a very strange situation, perhaps the first time ever in history, where Western countries have the strength and the capability to take down their enemies, but their domestic populations are either against it or don't understand why it's happening. The fact that a crazed country can develop nuclear weapons and it must be stopped is something that should be clear to everybody. So I will make that point again. Crazed Islamo-fascist regimes should not be allowed nuclear weapons, and if they go for it, they must be stopped. Finished.
Right, of course. So, Terry, I want to ask you, is the goalpost here of Israel and the US changing? You know, it started with a regime change in Iran. Clearly, that is not taking place. Ayatollah Khamenei has now got replaced with Ayatollah Arafi. So, you know, more a hardliner leader, in fact, in Iran. And now US says that we want to create conditions for a regime change in the country and to, of course, ensure that Iran does not possess nuclear weapons. So are we looking at, you know, somewhat a change in the goalpost here?
We are the TikTok generation with no kind of strategic patience. This started 3 days ago. The regime change doesn't happen within 72 hours. This was about creating the conditions for the people of Iran, the almost 70, 80 million people that oppose the 10 million that have been ruling over them brutally and viciously. And we will see this happening over the next few weeks. Also, let's understand that, you know, in terms of the Abraham Lincoln carriers, there are also other places in the Middle East where the US have very serious concentrations of military assets. They have both in Israel, they have in Jordan, and now the Saudis are offering for their bases to be used as well. So we are seeing now this. And it's interesting, you're mentioning China. We should be looking at what China does, not what it says. China has got more economic interest in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE than it has in Iran. So China looks stupid over Venezuela, which was a major client of theirs. It's now looking stupid over Iran, but in fact it doesn't want to get involved. Its ideal situation is for the Americans to get dragged down in Iran. But the Americans are not sending boots in on the ground. This is all being done from the air, and it will be for the people of Iran to make that decision of regime change. But in the meantime, the nuclear threat is being neutralized, the ballistic threat is being neutralized, and the ability to support proxy terror organizations, whether in Lebanon, whether in Gaza, or whether in Yemen, whether in Iraq, or whether in parts of Europe, is also being degraded. And that is a positive thing for the world.
Right, that's an interesting point, Terry, that you've made about China's interest in the Gulf. And the question remains whether China's words of support, whether they would translate into anything on ground or not. Now, viewers, we also have a big development coming to light. India here has reduced gas supply to industries after Qatar outage. Indian energy companies have now cut down the natural gas supplies to industrial customers, and this is by 10 to 30%, and this is after Qatar halted LNG production. India, a major LNG importer reliant on the region, is now seeking spot cargoes to offset the shortfall, though rising prices and shipping costs are, of course, complicating the efforts for India. That's the latest development coming to light.
But this was expected. This was expected, Ishita. This was bound to happen. The supply to industries after the Qatar outrage, India has reduced. Now, this is a very big fallout in India as war rages in the Middle East. And was this not expected? I would like to ask Major General G.D. Bakshi this question, sir. Your comment on this, apart from responding what Terry has spoken to you, you can also respond to this. This was bound to happen. This is the Strait of Hormuz is of very importance, strategic importance it has. But your response on why so quickly has a fallout taken place where supply has been reduced to industries?
Look, firstly, let me respond to Terry. The simple fact of the matter is, can you give me one instance, Terry, where of an air alone campaign has caused a regime change without putting boots on the ground? The rest of us, I spent 37 years in the military. I have had 5 combat tours of duty. Right? So before you teach me that I am right or you are right and I am wrong, get into that binary, you better look at objective facts. Right? The death of the Ayatollah has united the Iranian people. Excuse me, I never interrupted when you were speaking. Give me that courtesy. I'm 2 times your age. All right. Okay. So like I was saying that the attacks that you have made, the decapacitating strike that you made has only served to unite the Iranian people, because people rally around the flag when they are under attack. The Iranian people are not the fools that you think they are. All the American sanctions have caused them that economic distress. And your claims that you are helping the Iranian people by imposing sanction after sanction after sanction on them by attacking the schools of girls. 150 girls have been killed, right? The photographic evidence is there. And 2 to 3 million Iranian people were out on the streets mourning the death of the Ayatollah, right? So all your calls to your so-called Mossad and CIA agents to rise and shine have gone absolutely unheeded. They have no weapons. What are you trying to do? Get more people murdered? Get more people murdered? You know, it is, subjective plans are one thing. I'm sorry, as a military expert with 37 years of professional experience, I have to go by objective facts on the ground. We don't see a regime change anywhere on the horizon. You take a bet with me, Terry. You know, after this thing is over, we can share a bottle of scotch. But let me tell you, there is no regime change going to happen. The Iranians fought. Go by military history. Read the culture and civilizational ethos of your enemy. Never underestimate your enemy, right? The simple fact is the Iranians fought the Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein for 8 years. They suffered over 1 million casualties. They did not flinch. You expect that one air attack, when they have prepared defenses, they have gone underground in the Zagros mountains, right? And you had claimed, Terry, you had claimed that Donald Trump had claimed, I can't blame you individually, Donald Trump had claimed that he had destroyed the Iranian nuclear facility. And now you're attacking it again. You will have to attack it 10 times more, because they'll just take it deeper. They have no dearth to digging down. They put it out of your bunker buster range already. Nothing has happened. So let's get real. I'm sorry if 7 American presidents did not start this war. 7 American presidents did not start this war because they were concerned about the consequences. General Dan Kane, the American Chairman Chiefs of Staff, had clearly cautioned Donald Trump that there could be loss of American lives, that a regime change from the air was virtually impossible to achieve, that your stockpiles of interceptors and weapons is very limited. You've already given hell of a lot to Ukraine. You've already given hell of a lot to Israel. Your production of Patriot missiles is 600 to 800 per year. Right? A lot of it has already been spent off. How long can your interceptors last?
Yes.
And that is a worry for Israel properly. I would love to have your response.
Terry, please respond.
Yeah, so first of all, I would be delighted to join you for a scotch, whether in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. You tell me where and we will meet up, and I will happily bring the whiskey with me. I was very close with the late General Jack Jacobs, a fine Indian general, and I sat with him at his home for a scotch in Delhi, and I'm very fond of Indian generals and have a huge amount of respect for you. So let's start from that understanding that I do have a huge amount of respect for what you are saying. Regarding the issue of regime change, you are referring to wars of the past with technologies of the past. And I think that what we are seeing now with the technologies of today and the technologies in many ways of military future, things will be done differently. The way that internet is being used now to do mass organizations of populations that was only possible once at state level can now be done at civilian level is something that is new in both in the civilian and in the military arena. And I think that will be used. Now, it's true that we are 3 days into this and the regime is fighting back. The fact that it is fighting back the way it is by targeting all of its potential allies in the region is a sign that it is on its final legs. Now, yes, it's true that it fought against the Iraqis for 8 years, but the Iraqis, when Saddam Hussein came up against the American army, it lasted less than a month, right? This is a different kind of war. Never in the history of war has an entire senior echelons, including the Supreme Leader, was taken out within 30 seconds. How long did in the Second World War did it take in order to take out the Hitler or Mussolini? These didn't happen within the first seconds of the war. This is a different war. And obviously, we always look at the past in order to inform the present and the future. But we have to not be tied by things of the past and not allow them to dictate what will happen in the present and the future. And I think that what we will see now is a closing in on the regime in Iran. The Russians can't do anything for them. I don't see any countries in the region doing anything for them. If anything, it is changing. It is going against them. Oman, that was brokering, has been attacked by them. Okay? And so you're getting comments coming out of China, but as I said previously, I don't think they have any real weight. I don't see China going to war in order to take Iran's side against Saudi Arabia. I don't see that happening. And so, yes, the regime will try and dig in, and it will try and get some American body bags, and it will try and close the Straits of Hormuz, and it will try and operate Hezbollah, and it will try and operate the Houthis. But we're also seeing different messages coming out. I'm sure you've been following. Within the space of 12 hours, they said, we're not going to hit back at the countries around us. And then they hit back. They then said, we're not going to make Hezbollah get involved. And then they got Hezbollah involved. So there is clearly a big lack of coordination at the top of the Iranian regime. And therefore, there are operatives in the field that are taking tactical decisions rather than strategic decisions at the top. This will take time to play itself out. And then it will be for the people of Iran to make this regime happen. If it happens, great. But if it doesn't happen, the fact that nuclear facilities and ballistic facilities have been destroyed is a positive for the Middle East. It's a positive for the wider region in West Asia and in Europe, and it's a positive for the United States and the world.
I would request both of you to stay with us. There's another big breaking news that is coming right now at this moment. And this is, Hina is also joining me in the studio right now. Hina, there's another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment.
Absolutely. An earthquake of magnitude 4.3 has struck Giraz in Iran.
It's a very big development that is happening right now. It is of an earthquake. They're saying it's a mild earthquake that strikes Iran. While the strikes are continuing and the magnitude is 4.3 that has been recorded in the Richter scale in Giraz and Iran. Now, is this related to something? That's also a question, but this is a mild earthquake that has that struck Iran as the strikes continue, as the war is escalating. What exactly does it mean? We'll have to look at it because it's a developing story. And also, usually it happens when such earthquakes happen, there's a reason behind that. Is it linked to something else? Is it linked to some kind of test? That has to be looked at. But this is a very big breaking that is happening. Strike of magnitude 4.3 that has taken place. 4.3 on the Richter scale in Giraz in Iran. This is the latest that is coming amid the war that is happening in the entire West Asian region. The entire Middle East is engulfed in this war. I would like to come to Major General G.D. Bakshi for a comment on this. Should we take it as a standalone earthquake, sir? Or all right. We have another breaking. First, we'll go to that, and then we'll go for a comment to our guests. Another big breaking news coming in. Big breaking as war rages in the Middle East. Pakistan pleads India for talks. There is another front that is open. That is the Afghanistan and Pakistan war. And the TTP is wreaking havoc on Pakistan. They have recently struck the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. And this is the biggest development. Pakistan President Zardari says ready for negotiations. And also, there's a big development here. US consulate shuts ops till Friday in Pakistan. Pakistan target US embassy and consulate. Big development. As Pakistanis target US embassy, US consulate shuts ops till Friday in Pakistan. Big development here in Pakistan. Pakistanis targeting US embassy in consulate. Ladies and gentlemen, that happened after protests took place in Pakistan. Now US has shut its operations in the consulate till Friday in Pakistan. Big development in Pakistan happening right now. We'll get another big breaking news from Pakistan about them pleading for negotiations within India also. But this is the other big breaking news that we are showing you right now. US consulate shut for operations for a little bit now. Big development. Big development here. Sir, your comment on this, the protests that were happening in Pakistan after Khamenei's death, and now US Embassy has shut their operations. Sir, Major General G.D. Bakshi, sir, over to you.
Let me give you another piece of earth-shaking news. Since you are on to this spree of big developments, just check your YouTube. Kim Jong of North Korea has offered to give a nuclear-tipped missile to Iran. Just check that out.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Just open up your feed and you will check that out. You see, it is easy to start wars. Terry, is that your name? Sorry, what's our guest name?
Terry is the other guest. Yeah.
Terry, yeah. Terry, it's easy to start wars. It is difficult to finish them. And therefore, old generals tell you, don't be in a tearing hurry to start a war unless you've worked out the end state, the exit strategy. I am sorry, the tendency we've been seeing is to start the war first and start working out your strategy later. We found that in Venezuela, we are finding it here. And one size fits all. What worked for Maduro will just not work for Iran. Every situation is different. You mentioned General Jacob. I knew him very well. I have the greatest respect for that old man. He was one of our best thinking minds, thinking generals, and responsible for the victory of Bangladesh. I've had the pleasure of learning at his feet. Let me tell you a few things. You mentioned that it didn't take you very long to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Of course not. It took you less than a month, 44 days of bombing campaign, pure bombing campaign, and that was a unipolar power movement. What happened thereafter in Iraq, Terry? You got stuck for 8 years. You had body bags after body bags. You spent about $4 trillion and you had nothing, very little to show for it. There is an Iranian regime in Iraq now, and the rest of us had to suffer the ISIS. Right? Let me give you the next example. You went and changed the regime in Afghanistan. 20 years later, Terry, I don't want to have any Schadenfreude, but we saw the way your troops got out of Afghanistan. You start very well. In set piece operation, when you have a lot of time and, all the liberty to plan and execute, you start well. But let me tell you, as a military historian with about 53 books to my name and a PhD to boot, the simple fact is you don't end well. You don't end well because you don't think the things through. You don't have an exit strategy. You see, like I said, it's very easy to start wars, but, unless you tailor it to the existing requirements, the Venezuela model, if you try and fit it onto Iran, I'm afraid you're asking for trouble. The problem is, what is Iran's strategy? They know they cannot prevail against the technological might of the United States of Israel. Right? They know they cannot prevail. What is their strategy? Economic warfare. They have, Terry, closed the Gulf of Hormuz. The price of oil is about to get to $100 a barrel. As per econometric analysis in the United States itself, they said that when the price of oil touches $100 a barrel, your inflation index will go from the present 2.6% to about 4.5%. When the price of oil touches $130 a barrel, your inflation will go up to 6%. The cost of gasoline, I think you are paying between $2 to $3 a gallon now. It will go up to $7 to $8 a gallon. $7 to $8 a gallon. It's a midterm election year. Terry. You get body bags. The price of oil goes up. The price of commodities goes up. The world economy goes into a recession. It will equally hit the American economy. Did Donald Trump cater for that? Has he planned for that? I would be very happy to have your reactions.
So, firstly, I'm not an American, so I can't speak on behalf of the Americans, but I will respond in any case. America and Israel are not sending boots on the ground like they have done in Iraq and in Afghanistan. They have learned the lesson, and they have made the point very clearly that it's for the people of Iran to do regime change if they want it. What is happening here is Israel and America are creating the conditions such that the local people can do regime change. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, there is an off-ramp in which these attacks will stop, where the regime has been weakened, the nuclear threat has been removed, and the ballistic missile threat has been considerably weakened and partially removed. In terms of the oil issue, which you are partially correct in, you're thinking in the 1970s when this was very, very true, and the oil shocks there did huge damage. But today, the United States is a net energy exporter. They have also been preparing for this, and they have significantly increased their strategic reserves as well. So I agree with you that we are seeing spikes, and I expect over the next few weeks there will be a spike, but I don't expect this to be a long-term inflation-driving issue. On the issue, however, of midterms, I fully agree with you. I think this is an incredibly risky strategy for Donald Trump. I don't think he needed to do this from a domestic perspective. And the fact that he has done this and taken the risk of taking parts of both his own MAGA coalition, but also those on the other side of the aisle who are, opposed to this. The fact he has done this shows how seriously he takes the threat of a nuclear Iran, and the fact that he is willing to risk short-term political loss in order to create longer-term positive safety conditions for the American people and for the world. I think he should be saluted for it, whatever your position is regarding his strategic thinking. He is taking a real risk for the sake of the future of the free world, and I salute him for that.
I request you, both of you, to stay with us because there's a big development, another big breaking news. Yeah, General Bakshi, I would come to you. There's another big development. I'll take your comment after that. Now, as the war rages in the Middle East, Pakistan pleads India for talks. Now, this is another big development. Pakistan wants negotiations with India. They are ready for negotiations with India. And this as the war rages in the Middle East, because there's also another front that is open, that is the Afghanistan and Pakistan. They are fighting. The TTP is striking Pakistan. The Afghan Taliban, the Afghan armed forces are striking Pakistan. And now Pakistan very well understands that it cannot fight a two-front war. It will be very difficult for it. It's already in trouble in Balochistan and at its border in the Durand line with Afghanistan. And now it knows where to plead, where to negotiate. It is ready for negotiations with India. And the Op Sindoor continues, and this has spooked Pakistan. They are now urging India to move away the war theatre, move away from the war theatre. Major G.D. Bakshi, your comment on this. Now the war is happening between Iran and Israel and US, and also there is another front that is open between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and Pakistan is now pleading India for negotiations, sir. Your take on this, apart from responding to Terry's comment, sir?
Look, what has India got to do with it? Pakistan is a country with a death wish. They want to fight with Iran. They are aligned with Saudi Arabia, and they had told Saudi Arabia any attack on Saudi Arabia is an attack on Pakistan. So are they going to attack Israel? This is an erratic country. I mean, they are fit for the psychiatric, coat which buttons at the back. They are inviting troubles for themselves. They deserve all the trouble that they can get. Whatever Terry's, sentiments are towards Iran, I replicate those sentiments for Pakistan. And we had broken Pakistan into two. I was part of that war. We will break it into another 4. And I think I will not waste time on Pakistan because there is a far more important war which is there. Terry, I just want to ask you, are you from Israel?
Yes.
Oh, that makes it totally different. Then you are a dear friend. I took you for an American.
Good. No, we can do that Scotch after.
Because that's why you are Intel. Yes. I thought you were an American. You see, the problem is, Terry, the problem is, in India, people love Israel. If there is one country that has stood by us for all these years through every war, it is Israel. Let me tell you that some of our best weapons are from Israel. So as far as the people of India are concerned, you know our emotions very well. Our Prime Minister was with you to show you support, to show you the full support, right? The only fact that we want to tell our friends, unfortunately with this American thing, if you had gone it alone, we would have said possibly the reactions globally would have been different. The problem is, unfortunately, the image of Donald Trump globally is of a bull in a china shop on an erratic rampage. He's attacked Venezuela, he's threatening to attack Cuba, he's threatening to attack Greenland, he's threatening to absorb Canada as the 51st state, he's threatening to go for Mexico. At this rate, This is the law of the jungle. You see, it is he that India is, we've also got some responsibilities, right? And even to our Israeli friends, now this war is hurting us. 60% of our natural gas comes from the Gulf. 50% of our oil comes from the Gulf, right? And so much of our businesses are thriving in Abu Dhabi, in UAE, a country both of us are friendly with, right? So the pointed issue is the Donald Trump angle in the information war domain is problematic. The rest of the world is sick and up to its gill with a guy who wants the Nobel Peace Prize, but is going on a wild rampage. One country after another. And like I said, it is counterintuitive what he is doing. What he is doing is absolutely counterintuitive, counterproductive. It is not the unipolar power movement that passed 20 years ago, right? This presently is a multipolar power world is more or less on. And to continue to behave and live in the past, you rightly told me I've got white hair, so I'm living in the 1970s. That was the first war I fought. But then I fought in the Punjab, I fought in Kargil, I fought in Kishtwar, 3 years counter-terrorist operations, and finally as a 2-star I was in Rajouri, Puj. So war after war after war. So that's why I have a lot of empathy with my Israeli friends. I have a lot of friends in the Israeli armed forces, And General Jacob was one of our best generals, and he was a Jew. The place where Jews feel safest anywhere in the world is in India. I'm sure you've come to India plenty of times. Come for a holiday. One place where you are absolute safe is India. That was some 2,000 years ago. But this is becoming a bit problematic, this American angle.
So if I can just respond, you are a historian. So you know that Winston Churchill took many decisions that were unsuccessful, from Gallipoli to decisions he made regarding India, parts of the empire and the Commonwealth. Exactly. And he made lots of bad decisions. But on the issue of Hitler, he got it right, whereas others got it wrong. And had people have said, at the same time, people were saying, you got it wrong here, you got it wrong there, you got it wrong there, therefore we're not going to listen to you about Hitler. But on Hitler, he got it right despite the other things. And my request to you would be, please, the fact that there are major disagreements with the way that Donald Trump is dealing with Greenland or Canada or Venezuela, and I understand the different views, and I understand that we are moving from a unipolar moment. People are saying to a multipolar. I don't really see China as a major. They have an economy the size of Italy. So yes, they still have their major nuclear weapons from the Cold War. But I think we're moving into a world of America and China. But China's never actually fought a real war, since the 70s as well. So what I think we have to say is what Donald Trump is doing now in the Middle Eastern arena, correct or not correct? I don't think we should be judging it through his statements on Greenland or his statements on Canada. That would be my request. I understand what you're saying, and I understand there's a sense of there is a bull in a china shop. But Canada he has not invaded. Greenland he has not invaded. Right? This is the only country where he's invaded. He talks a lot, but we should look at actions rather than words. That's my opinion. And on the issue of Iran getting nuclear weapons, he did give extra time for negotiations. The Iranians refused, and this is what has happened.
All right, would request both of our guests to continue to stay with us. But before we continue, I also have to let our viewers listen to what Pakistani President Asif Ali Zardari really talked about when he pleaded, in fact, to India to not wage another war against it. Take a listen.
another war. As a lifelong advocate of regional peace, I would not recommend it. At the same time, I would also say that any aggressor should prepare for another humiliating defeat. Make no mistakes, we are ready for you. My message to them is move away from war theater to meaningful negotiation tables, because that is the only path for the regional security. Sightedness, India's leaders said they are preparing for another war. As a lifelong advocate of regional peace, I would not recommend it. At the same time, I would also say that any aggressor should prepare for another humiliating defeat. Make no mistakes, we are ready for you. My message to them is move away from war theater to meaningful negotiation tables, because that is the only path for the regional security. Sightedness, India's leaders said they are preparing for another war. As a lifelong advocate of regional peace, I would not recommend it. At the same time, I would also say that any aggressor should prepare for another humiliating defeat. Make no mistakes, we are ready for you. My message to them is move away from war theater to meaningful negotiation tables, because that is the only path for the regional security.
All right. We have our esteemed guests with us. Major General G.D. Bakshi, your comment on this. This is a disguised request. They don't want the war to continue with India, but also they are giving a warning that make no mistakes, we can handle the situation and whatnot. Now, does anybody take them seriously as of now, or the statements that they are making right now? They are themselves engaged in many fronts, whether it be Afghanistan or Balochistan, or whether it's with the borders in India. Sir?
Look, let me be candid. You heard that statement about peace, and I'm sorry you've been tom-tomming Zardari and his peace. As a military man, I would focus on the second part of his statement, that we are ready for you.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Let me tell him, we aren't buying 114 Rafales and Su-57s. We haven't signed 14 agreements with Israel for a picnic. We are coming for you, boy. We are coming for you because we've had it to our gills. We have suffered you for good about 40 years. You want peace talks? We'll give you the peace of the grave, because you asked for it. You asked for it. You fingered every country in your neighborhood. You fingered every bloody country in your neighborhood. So you forget about peace. Operation Sindoor is still on. It's not even a ceasefire. What talks are you talking of? It's not even a ceasefire. It is just a pause button. It is just a pause button. So I hope with that we will not waste further time on this classic clown and this psychotic country. We don't need to waste time on them. We have far more important things to do, which are affecting our economy. The Indian economy is taking a hit. The price of oil is getting close to $100 a barrel. Our stock markets are in free fall. So I'm not looking for comic relief right now.
Sir, stay with us.
Hello.
There's another big
me?
breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and the Lebanese troops and coming back, focusing back to the West Asian war that is happening right now. The Lebanese troops pull back from the Israel border after Israel announces ground operations in Lebanon. So this is the Lebanese troops. They're pulling back from the Israel border after ground operations have been announced by Israel at the Israel border. This is a very big development. Lebanese troops pulling back from the Israel border after Israel announcing ground operations in Lebanon. Terry is also with me for a comment on this. Terry, what would you like to say on this? Lebanese troops pulling back So now there will be boots on ground apart from the airstrikes and the drone strikes, Terry. Terry, your response.
Hezbollah unilaterally opened fire on Israel. Israel has been responding, and now we are expanding our troop presence, actual boots on the ground in southern Lebanon, in order to push the Hezbollah operatives away from the border, such that they will not be able to carry out these attacks on the north of Israel. What is heartening to see is that the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government understand what Hezbollah is doing. It is unnecessarily dragging the Lebanese people into a war that is not their war. And so when there are elections in Lebanon, my hope is that Hezbollah will be removed from the Lebanese parliament, and we can go back to relations in the past where there were good relations, quietly albeit, but good relations between large parts of the Lebanese government and the Israeli government. And hopefully in the future, we can actually go to a fully open, normalized peace agreement with the Lebanese and also with the Saudis.
So now there will be a change in plan on the boots on ground plan, sir? Will there be a change for the ground operations plan that Israel has when it comes to Lebanon? Or will you continue with the ground operations and target the Hezbollahs?
Just to be clear, after the last summer, we remained with 5 defensive positions on Lebanese soil because in the past, neither the UN or the Lebanese government was strong enough to stand up against the Iranian-backed Iranian-backed Hezbollah army in the south of Lebanon, who it appears their only purpose was just to attack Israelis. So now we are expanding our presence from those 5 points across southern Lebanon in order to make sure that they stop firing. But these are defensive positions which hopefully when Hezbollah are removed because their funding and their military support from Iran dissipates, the Lebanese government will be able to take over those areas and then our troops can come home.
All right. I would request all of you, thanks a lot, Miljan G.D. Bakshi and Terry, both of you, for your comments on this issue. But we are taking a short, quick commercial break and we'll be right back after this. We'll continue our focus on the West Asian war that is happening right now. Minute-to-minute update of what's happening. The Iran war escalates. Coming up next.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I am Ishita Mitra, and viewers, this is our rolling coverage on the war in West Asia. My colleague Hina is also present with me.
Ishita, back-to-back major developments are happening in the war that's brewing in West Asia. Of course, in the latest, China has come out with a statement saying that it is in fact shown the backing for Iran, saying that whatever US and Israel doing jointly is in violation to the sovereignty of Iranian territory. We'll tell you everything. Let's take a look at the headlines.
Massive developments as China issues veiled warning to the US and Israel. China's foreign minister calls on Iranian counterpart.
As war rages on in West Asia, Pakistan president pleads to India for talks, says Pakistan ready to negotiate.
We have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, adds on that US will go on longer if needed.
Israel launches two-pronged attack as it launches strikes on both Beirut in Lebanon and Tehran.
Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
the beginning of this operation. At my direction, the State Department activated a 24/7 task force, surging personnel and resources necessary to help provide American citizens with up-to-the-minute safety and security information.
U.S. State Department issues advisory to citizens in the Middle East, urging them to evacuate immediately.
All right, viewers, we're beginning with the latest developments coming to light from Pakistan. Pakistanis have been protesting the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. They are venting out their anger now outside the US consulate in Lahore. In fact, we've got visuals from this morning. The protesters also set fire to the entrance gate of the consulate amid ongoing demonstrations which are linked to the widening of the war in West Asia. Tensions are high across the region, viewers, as protests continue and security forces are now responding to the violent clashes. Hina, we've been talking about this, not the first kind of violent incident that has been reported from Pakistan. A lot of Shiite protesters, they've gone outside the US embassy, the consulates, and now we're looking at these protests turning violent.
Absolutely, Ishita. Earlier we saw how protests broke out in the US consulate in Karachi, and now we are talking about the consulate located in Lahore. We've already seen how there are concerns about the US embassy, which is located in Islamabad. We've already seen a lot of killings happening outside of the US consulate in Karachi also. So of course you can see the visuals on your screen, viewers, how the protest and stone pelting is ongoing in Lahore.
All right, viewers, we're now being joined by Major General Sanjay Soy, defense analyst, live from Delhi. And we also have Adam Belor, CEO of Israel Innovation Fund, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you to both of you gentlemen for joining us on Republic. Now, starting with, in fact, Major General Sanjay. So I want to ask you, we're looking at tensions not only escalating in West Asia, but we're also looking at, in Pakistan now, we've got visuals outside the US consulate. Protesters are now trying to storm the US consulate, and several injuries have also been reported right from Lahore to Karachi. How do you read this?
In fact, I would say that I think in different parts of globe, these kind of protests are there. Some protests are there depending on peaceful to violent. In Baghdad also we have seen protests. In Pakistan there have been a couple of violent protests. Earlier also there were violent protests. And I think it is a responsibility of government to ensure that security of the embassies, security of the diplomats as per the Geneva Conventions. Like in India, we have taken a proactive measure. We have already deployed additional police force outside Israeli, American and Iranian embassies. And we have also cautioned the police forces across India so that these kinds of gatherings should not become and should not result in some kind of violent activities which could spoil the name and image of India. I think the Pakistan, they have not been proactive and things have gone beyond control. Like in earlier incident also, it resulted in some deaths to the protesters. And second thing is the Shia community, as it is, feels suppressed in Pakistan. They are in smaller numbers, and not only once but many times there have been attacks on the mosques, on their gatherings. And secondly, they are trying to vent out their feelings against America in view of the death of Ayatollah Khomeini. Ina.
All right, would also like to go to Adam Belos, CEO of the Israel Innovation Fund. Mr. Belos, these protests which are happening in Pakistan, it makes one think that Pakistan is essentially sandwiched between the brotherly nations of the Gulf region and US. It is unable to come out with a stringent reaction on even the US officials shelling outside the US consulate in Karachi as well. So it seems like Pakistan is unable to take any sort of stand against Americans.
So wait, you spoke very quickly. What's the question?
All right.
Is Pakistan stuck in the middle? Is that the question, or?
So we are basically focusing on the protests that are going on in Lahore right now, where people are opposing the killing of Khamenei. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Belos, do you think that Pakistan is unable to take any sort of stand against America, given the fact that these are American officials who carried out shelling on Pakistani citizens and injured them?
Okay, it's a very good question. Thank you. Now I understand. My apologies for not understanding it first. I think that Pakistan's going to be in a very interesting situation over the next few weeks, which is very clear, especially because Saudi Arabia has joined the coalition against Iran, and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, I believe, still have a mutual defense pact. So that's going to play out very interestingly over the next few weeks. What I think is even more interesting than that, though, is that Iran is clearly defining who its enemies are by who it is attacking. And that is, I don't really remember the last time in geopolitics when that was the case. So I do find it I think that Pakistan is in an extremely interesting position right now and is going to have to choose very wisely how it will enter the situation that's going on currently right now.
Right, Mr. Belos, let me take this conversation forward, in fact, with the Major General. But before this, we've got breaking news coming in. I'll come back to you, gentlemen. But first, developments coming to light. Israeli government has now approved for the IDF to advance and seize additional controlling areas in Lebanon. This is to prevent firing on Israeli border settlements. The IDF here continues to operate with force against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The terrorist organization is paying and will pay a heavy price for the firing toward Israel to prevent any possibility of a direct aimed firing on the Israeli settlements. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has now approved for the IDF to advance and seize additional controlling areas in Lebanon and to defend their border. That's the first statement coming in regarding in fact, the ground incursion that's now taking place into Lebanon. IDF has been targeting Hezbollah targets in the country. Let me take this conversation forward with Major General, in fact, who continues to present with us. Major General Sanjay, I want to ask you, Israel here has said that it will go forward and try to secure and ensure that no direct aim is taken at the Israeli forces from the Lebanon side. We're looking at the widening of the war here.
That's good. In fact, I would say that in earlier, the way Hezbollah was dismantled and brought to the knee, there was a ceasefire, I mean, more or less ceasefire since 2024. However, in view of the latest development in Iran, they have again tried to fire some rockets and on the Israeli position. I think Israel cannot accept any one more front to be open for a long time. They would like to neutralize it and control it as fast as possible. The results are they have carried out shelling and attacks and strikes on their leadership and on their ammunition dumps and their launch site and their communication centers, because they don't want this to continue, because Hezbollah, if they continue to do that, they are right on the border and they can carry out attacks with their rockets, short-range rockets, not so sophisticated rockets, and create a problem for Israel. I think they had already ordered emptying of 50 to 60 villages, and they would like to have a controlling points deploy in the controlling area, keeping you the tactical situation keeping in the strategic situation from where they can dominate and do not allow Hezbollah to take any action, any major action against Israel. I think that would be their aim, Ishita.
Mr. Belos, I would like to ask you, because this is a big news that now Israel is carrying out ground incursion on the Lebanese territory. We have already seen in the past, in 2024 especially, when both the countries came face to face, and then there was a ceasefire which was brokered by United States. But would like to ask you, given the current situation, what is the demand of Israel? Earlier we saw how Israel wanted to disarm Hezbollah absolutely, completely disarming Hezbollah, and there was a 5-phase plan which was going on. What is the current status and what is the current demand of Israel? What does it really want to achieve?
So I would say that clearly Hezbollah at this time made a very grave miscalculation. I think it's also very clear that, after we were able to disarm them so quickly, not necessarily disarm them, but cripple them so quickly a little bit more than a year and a half ago, this is kind of our way of saying, okay, we're going to finish and clean up what's left of them, considering that they're a major proxy of Iran. I also think it's very clear the major goal of everything that we're doing is restabilization. Which I think is kind of being overlooked here. The reason why the Americans and the Israelis waited for such a long period of time was the necessary momentum to be able to argue and execute restabilization of the region. I believe I answered everything. Did I miss something?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Belos, this is a critical situation that we're looking at. Would also like you both to stay on with us because we have another big breaking news that's coming in. IDF now completes wave of strikes on Hezbollah command centers in Beirut in Lebanon. Now communication components and propaganda facilities used by Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters were targeted by Israel. Now the IDF completed a short time ago this operation, where a wave of strikes targeted command centers, weapon storage facilities, and satellite communication components of the Hezbollah terror organization's intelligence headquarters in the Beirut area, which were used under civilian cover earlier. Now, communication sites used by the Hezbollah terror organization as terror infrastructure. So these were cover sites that were used by Hezbollah, in which the organization used to carry out terror attacks, intelligence gathering, and also served the organization for propaganda purposes. They were all targeted by Israel. All the targets that were attacked were terror targets intended to serve the terror organization and to advance and execute various terror plots against IDF forces and civilians of the State of Israel. Now, remember, prior to the strike, steps were also taken to reduce, in fact, the chance of harm to civilians, including advance warnings, use of precision munitions, and aerial observations. The IDF is also acting very forcefully against the decision of the Hezbollah terror organization to join the campaign and operate under the auspices of the Iranian terror regime, and will not allow harm to civilians, to the State of Israel and residents of the north in particular. So this is a big news where a big barrage of strikes was carried out by Israel on Hezbollah. All right, would like to go across to my guest, Major General Sanjay Soy. This is another big news where Israel is clear in its approach, saying that it will not allow Hezbollah to act on behalf of the Iranian regime. How do you read this?
Absolutely. There's no doubt as far as Israel is concerned. They cannot allow another front to be opened. They cannot allow a proxy to carry out attacks on Israel and in the civilian areas of Israel. And I think from military point of view, there are 3-4 benefits which they are getting out of the way they have carried out these strikes. Is that they have killed a couple of leaders. They have attacked their mission dumps. And they have also, most important is, they have attacked the communication centers, because then Hezbollah will not be able to carry out a coordinated operations against Israel. They will be fighting an isolated battle. And whatever things happen with the kind of interception methods which Israel has, they will be able to know from where all they are fighting, from where they are trying to carry out the operation. And with this, they have carried out a concentration. They given a shock effect to Hezbollah. They carried out a lot of casualties and a lot of destruction to weapon systems and their communicate command and control systems. And also there have been pinpoint attacks, which I also saw the videos in the morning on your like this video is there, where no collateral damage was there. Based on specific information, they carried out these attacks. Now, as far as ground attack is concerned, I feel this will remain limited to only occupying some strategic area so as to prevent Hezbollah to carry out any fruitful attacks. Hina.
Right, Major General Adam, let me take this conversation forward with you. I want to ask you, with this another front opening up for Israel from the Lebanon's side, in terms of sustainability of resources, are we looking at more difficulties for Israel?
I don't foresee taking on Lebanon, or I'm sorry, really more correctly, taking on Hezbollah as draining Israel's resources. They're completely different fronts. One is ground, the other is air. I mean, we can obviously use air resources as well on Hezbollah, but I think one of the things that, if you remember, is that for years, Hezbollah was considered to be probably the foremost, most dangerous army in the Middle East outside of Iran, and we were able to quickly cripple it in a matter of days, which was a huge surprise based on the pager attack, air attack, and everything else. So I don't foresee Israel taking anything on that it can't handle at this time. In addition, remember, Hezbollah is really just one tentacle of the greater octopus of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So I think Israel is in a very good position right now to be chopping off all the different tentacles or arms of the greater evil, so to speak.
Major General Sanjay, so I would also like to ask you, there is a humanitarian toll to it that is attached amid this West Asia war. We have already seen how killings have happened in Lebanon, though in this statement we are seeing that Israel is saying that it is not going to hit civilian targets, but the humanitarian toll is continuing to rise.
In fact, that would be there as part of a collateral damage, no matter how pinpoint attacks you carry out, how much based on specific intelligence you carry out the attack. However, some collateral damages would be there. I would like to say that if you see the last time during the Hamas war, when the Hezbollah war started, I think Hezbollah was considered as a big force, and I would like to endorse the views of Adam Belloff. What he brought out is the use of pagers, use of specific intelligence, killing of the leadership, and whoever became leader, they were all destroyed. And within very short time, Hezbollah was able to neutralize. Ishita, I would say yes, I agree with you. Some collateral damage would be there, some civilian casualties.
I can't hear what he's saying.
But I think at present, Israel is trying to carry out focused approach and focused attack. They don't want to waste any ammunition on civilian targets.
Right, sir. And coming back to you, Adam, I want to ask you, we are looking at Iran not backing off entirely. It is striking not just the US targets now, but also the targets of the Gulf countries. So are we looking at Gulf countries also now, coming into an offensive mode in this war?
Well, I definitely think so. And I think that this is one of the biggest mistakes that Iran has made, because they're just, if you could see my hands, they're thrashing out everywhere they can. They're clearly grasping at straws here, and they know that their time is up. In addition, I don't know if you remember a few days ago, the news had said that Israel accidentally bombed in a young girls' school in Tehran, and it ended up being that it was the Islamic Revolutionary Guard that did that. They're flailing. It's like they're like a fish out of water, so to speak, gasping for their last, breath. I very much think that the regime is going to be falling, within the next few weeks. They clearly have stockpiles of weapons and are able to fire. But at that same time, I'll say this: the 12-day intense war between Israel and Iran that went on, where fire was exchanged on a daily basis, was much more intense in terms of the amount that Israelis were putting into the bomb shelters than it is now. Are more things getting through the Iron Dome because of the cluster firing that's illegal according to international law that's being done? Yes. At the same time, it's much more calm here, and it's very clear that we're on a path to victory against the Islamic Republic, which I think is very visible to anybody that's actually observing this. I mean, think about it. They've attacked Bahrain, they've attacked Qatar, they've attacked the UAE. I can't remember if they've attacked Saudi Arabia yet. Maybe they have, but they are flailing.
They have.
And to me, these are the signs of failure and a disintegration of organization.
All right, would like to ask both of you to continue to stay with us. We have another piece of news coming in. A moment of drones crash and burst into flames after Iranian air defenses managed to shoot down the aircraft in the skies over Khomeini city in the southern Iran. So in a short while, we'll show you the visuals on our screen. An Israeli drone has been intercepted over southern Iran is what we are getting to know. Now remember, a huge damage to the US military assets in the Gulf region, and now we are also seeing Israeli drones being shot down in Iran. So of course, Israel continues to launch mount attacks on Iran with the help of drones and missiles, and this is the exact footage of the Israeli drone that has been intercepted in Iran.
All right, let me go across to Major General Assoy, who's present with us. Major General, we're looking at damages now being incurred on both the sides, Israel and the US, of course, Iran as well. I want to ask you, do you think, US and Israel did not anticipate that Iran would go to this length and this scale in terms of counterattacks?
Yeah, I agree with you that probably a couple of things which happened. They thought in the first strike, when the leadership will be taken out, and they were successful in taking out the at least two rings of layers of leadership. But however, what they had expected that a lot of people will rise against present regime and the way they were doing it, and they will try to overthrow it. President Trump and Mr. Netanyahu both appealed to the people of Iran. However, that thing did not materialize. At present, Iran had declared earlier that they will be carrying out counter-attack and attacks on the US bases wherever they are. They carried out attack, but as Adam had brought out, I would also endorse that besides attacking US bases, they also started hitting the infrastructure and other assets of the number of countries where the US bases were located, whether the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Iraq, or Jordan. So naturally, these countries are now, and Saudi Arabia, of course, they are now very angry. Earlier, they were slightly fence-sitter. They were trying to tell US, okay, do not carry out attacks, let's cool down. And they were against war because they knew their interests would be harmed. But now with these attacks on their sovereignty and on their assets, they are totally against Iran. And then another thing they did was they attacked Cyprus, a UK base.
Exactly.
Again, UK. France were fence-sitters, they also are now against them. So this is a miscalculation is going on. On the other hand, Iran, Israel and America have been able to carry out pinpoint attacks on the missile launch sites, on the missile and on the leadership. Their focus will shift to basically missile storage, drone storage and missile sites so that their stockpile finishes at the earliest, and that will be the basically then they are forced to succumb to the they come to the negotiating table. That's the plan. That's why probably they have brought in B-1 and B-2 bombers also, so that whatever missile silos are buried in deep inside Earth, they can also be taken out based on specific information. Hina.
All right, Major General, continue to stay with us. We've got breaking news coming in. Lebanese military, in fact, has withdrawn as Israeli ground forces are now entering southern Lebanon. This is a breaking development that's coming to light as far as Israel and Lebanon. The conflict between them is concerned. Israel has been targeting Hezbollah command centers and buildings in the area, and now it seems that there is a step that's now been taken by the Lebanese military. They're on the back foot. They have in fact withdrawn as Israeli forces now have entered southern Lebanon. Let me take this across to Adam. It seems that Lebanese forces are now on the back foot with the ground incursion starting from the IDF side. The Lebanese military is now withdrawing, Adam. Southern Lebanon, the Lebanese military has in fact withdrawn as the ground incursion starts from the IDF side. All right, Adam, coming across to you with this latest developments. We're looking at the Lebanese military withdrawing as the IDF now starts its ground incursion.
I can't hear you. Can you?
Yes, Adam, we've got a latest development coming to light. Lebanese military has now withdrawn as IDF starts its ground incursion. Your take on that?
Yeah, I mean that's quite obvious. We're not at war with the Lebanese military at all, and the Lebanese military very much wants Hezbollah out of the picture. I mean, the majority of the Lebanese people want Hezbollah out of the picture, given that it's created such conflict between Lebanon and Israel. I'm not surprised to actually see this at all. And it looks like it's probably the smart move, because why would the Lebanese army want to engage with the IDF at this time when the IDF isn't even after them, they're after Hezbollah? It's a very, people very much misunderstand that Hezbollah is not the military wing of the Lebanese government at all. It is it is a terrorist group embedded itself within Lebanon.
Right. Adam, I also want to ask you, you were talking about the stated goal of this operation by US and Israel is regime change. Now that cannot happen until and unless you have support from the ground. So do you think there hasn't been as much support as US and Israel anticipated from on ground in Iran?
I think there's definitely support. Are you asking specifically on the ground in Lebanon versus Iran? Did I get that correctly?
Yes.
Is that yeah? No, of course. Listen, if there's one group of people that want terrorists out of their country, it's the Lebanese for sure. And they've worked very hard to try to root them out. And I don't know if you remember, but a few years ago, Hezbollah was storing munitions in the port of Beirut, and there was a major explosion. I don't know if you remember that. People thought it was so big that it was almost nuclear. Obviously, it didn't have the fallout of radiation, but the explosion itself, you could hear it all over it was a gigantic explosion, and it killed hundreds of people. Hezbollah has been the reason for the deaths of so many Lebanese people that I don't think there's going to be any problem getting people from the ground to help root out the rest of Hezbollah once they're completely weakened. Remember, these terrorist groups thrive on propaganda and false impressions of confidence. They're irrational actors who you can always rely will behave irrationally. And right now, you can see the Lebanese are not behaving irrationally. This is a very rational decision for them to withdraw, so that the IDF can come in and finally finish the job that they've been unable to do for so long.
Let me go across to Major General Sanjay Soy, who continues to present with us. Major General, earlier today, China had released a statement saying that it completely backs Iran. I want to ask you, can Iran rely on China for logistical or military support, or are these just words coming in the form of support?
In fact, I would say that, yes, at present, outwardly, China is condemning the attack by America and Israel, and they are supporting. But however, I feel because China has a huge stake in Iran, they have a $400 billion investment plan. They are the major buyer of Iranian oil. And if the Iran regime changes, it will be a huge blow to the China's designs in Middle East and as well as the Russia's design. I'm not sure, but some reports say that China has supplied them during the period between June and now a huge amount of air defense system, other weapon system, and maybe the parts for making missiles and drones. So those kind of help could be there, but no physical help or intervention at present, and also nothing beyond at present, nothing beyond condemning the attack by US and Israel. Hannah.
All right. Adam also continues to stay with us. Adam, we're looking at ground incursion in Lebanon. Is that also a possibility in Iran? Are we looking at Israeli boots being on ground in Iran as well?
I really don't foresee that given the distance that Iran is from Israel, unless we fly people in. But I will say this, there are definitely boots on the ground if we consider the Mossad boots on the ground.
Yeah. In fact, I also want to understand... No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
No. I was waiting for you.
I also want to understand, what is your take on the fact that the Lebanese border has been trespassed already? The IDF has announced that. In fact, the Lebanese troops have also pulled back from the borders. And this comes at a time when Hezbollah is under major strikes, carpet bombing from the side of the Israeli authorities. So how do you see this panning out?
I foresee us completely eliminating Hezbollah from the picture, finally. I think this entire conflict, or not the entire conflict, but what is happening right now is about one thing: eliminating all of the Islamic Republic's proxies and the Islamic Republic's regime from power, period. There are other destabilizing forces in the Middle East, and the rooting out of extremism is of top priority to not only Israel, not only to America, but also to many of the Gulf states as well, who have all moved away from extremism. So I think it's very clear what we're seeing at this time.
Right. In fact, continue being with us. We're also tracking some more breaking developments that have just dropped in. Viewers, now the war that's escalating. We have another angle that we've covered now. Oman has condemned the Iranian attack on the Duqm port. Now remember, ports are also under attack, as are commercial port services, with several drones confirming control over the damages and no injuries recorded. There is no feedback on what this blow has caused as of now, but Oman for now has condemned the Iranian strike on the Duqm port. Now, Oman government has sent clear communication that the Sultanate of Oman condemns the targeting of one of the fuel tanks at the Duqm commercial port. Now, being rejoined with our guests, our panelists who continue joining us on the broadcast, also speak to us about the fact that this is not typical warfare. This is not between 2 or 3 militaries. This has expanded to commercial targets. This is expanded to oil targets specifically. So how is that going to play out for the region? We know that the prices have surged throughout the globe, UK recording the highest oil surge as of now.
Is it with me?
Major General Sanjay Suri, you can take this question.
Okay. Definitely, because if you see, the biggest impact is on the economy of the globe. I think Iran wanted different angles. One was that to harm the US assets in the Middle East. Second thing, also carry out economic impact so that the crude prices go up and whole world start putting pressure on the US and Israel to stop the war. Because if you see their attack on the refinery in Saudi Arabia, attack on the liquid petroleum gas plant in the Qatar, and closure of Gulf of Hormuz has definitely impacted the prices of oil. And if the Gulf of Hormuz blockade continues, it will go up further. And as it is, the production of Israel, production in Iran has also reduced. So there's a shortage, there's a demand and supply issue, and the pinch will be felt across the globe. In closure of Gulf of Hormuz will affect the Asia, India, Pakistan, China, and other Asian countries, and other reduction in output will definitely affect the Europe and other countries. So it is effect is going to be felt across the globe. That's why probably they are trying an indirect method of trying to bring pressure on US to stop the war at the earliest. Hina.
Right, Major General Sanjay Soy, thanks for your answer then. And also Adam Belos, who continues being with us on the broadcast. Let's quickly also take a look at what's happening to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, that is one of the most crucial choke points, shipping lanes in the world, and it's bearing the brunt of the escalating war in West Asia. Now, as the war enters its day 4, Iran has warned that it will launch attacks on ships that are trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Take a look at this detailed report that gets you all the latest for what's happening in the strait.
Iran has issued another warning. It is now threatening to attack ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. This 33-kilometer wide waterway is the vein of all global energy market. Earlier on Monday, the Revolutionary Guards Corps claimed to have attacked an allegedly US-linked oil tanker in the Hormuz Strait. While US military's Central Command says the Persian Gulf is still open, tanker traffic has dropped. 50% of India's crude oil and 60% of its LNG passes through this volatile strait. Meanwhile, the Directorate General of Shipping has issued an advisory regarding heightened maritime security risks in the region. The department is actively tracking Indian-flagged vessels in close coordination with Indian Navy, Ministry of External Affairs and international maritime centers. 4 incidents have been reported involving Indian nationals on non-Indian ships, resulting in 3 casualties and 1 injury. All other crew members are reportedly safe. Vessels have been advised to enhance readiness and ensure contact with seafarers' families. The war in West Asia is escalating with each passing day, and Iran continues to strike naval bases and ships in the region, holding the crucial Strait of Hormuz hostage.
Breaking news coming to light. Indian embassy in Iran has relocated most Indian students who are in Tehran to safer locations outside the city. That's the latest development. Embassy says that only a small number of students who declined embassy offer still remain in the capital of the country right now. That's the latest statement that has come from the Indian embassy. It says that most Indian students have now been relocated from the capital to outside. Only a few students who did not take up that offer remain in the city. Now remember, these are war zone areas. We're talking about continuous shelling has been taking place, missiles being dropped from the US and Israel. And as the tensions escalate on ground, the Indian embassy has come out with a statement saying that most Indian students have now been relocated from to outside of Tehran. Only a few students now remain. Our guests, Major General Sanjay Soy and Adam Belos, continue to stay with us. Major General Sanjay Soy, coming to you, we're looking at energy being weaponized by Iran in this war in West Asia. There have been attacks on energy infrastructure across West Asia. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz has become a no-go zone. How do you look at this strategy of Iran, sir?
Yeah, I think that Iran has thought that to bring pressure on US and Israel indirectly, because they know that they have no option, they do not have that kind of military superiority to beat them in war. So what happened, like I had mentioned, and you also brought out in the Saudi Arabia and the Qatar, the attacks are there on the energy infrastructure. And with the attacks going on, the war going on, the production of oil has also reduced. And with the closure of Gulf for Hormuz, the Kuwait, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Iran itself are affected. So, and 20% of world oil passes through that. So, point is that will Iran, on the one side, the supplies definitely hampered and affected. The prices are already going up, and it will have an impact on global economy. Second thing is when we talk of closure of Gulf for Hormuz, will Iran close it forever? I do not think so, because Iran, their oil also goes through Gulf of Hormuz. So, and besides that, China is one of the major buyer of oil from Iran. So they would also not like to antagonize China at this moment. So the point is, they may like to control it temporarily with their speedboats and with the other way of firing from the ports. Because any ship which goes, they have to go closer to the Iranian port when they are turning in the Gulf of Hormuz. The next point comes is that America and Israel. America is trying to make sure that they are not able to do anything, because the way they are destroying their navy, Iranian navy is of no match to American navy. They have already damaged or destroyed 9 ships. And they have also destroyed, they have made a flotilla sort of thing, which take on helicopters and drones could be flown from there. That has also been destroyed. However, the risk will remain, the insurance cost will go up, and supply will remain hampered till the war is on. I think this will remain a big challenge for the time being.
Right. Major General Sanjay Sohi, right, thank you very much, sir, for that. In fact, Adam, also coming to you quickly. Now, speak to us about the fact that Israel has been extremely strategic in this entire war that has broken out. We're in day 3 right now, and Israel has not just territorial, not just air, but in general military superiority, also intelligence superiority. But somewhere along the line, do you also think, tracing the blows that Iran has been able to make across the Gulf region, that Iran was severely, underestimated at the beginning of this war, and that opinion might now be changing, especially when it comes to the defense in Israel and the US? Adam.
Because I just had to run into the bomb shelter. What's the question?
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I had to run into the bomb shelter. It's why I just picked up the computer.
That's okay. That's okay. I hope the situation right now is better. Right. Adam, I want to understand, do you think that Israel and the US together severely underestimated Iranian capabilities at the beginning of this war? Because at day 1, things looked completely different. By day 3, the entire Gulf region has been pulled into the war.
So I'm so sorry. Your guys' sound is so terrible. What's the question?
I think it may be a problem at your end. Till the time we fix that, Major General Sanjay Sohi, let me come back to you.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, Adam.
Just repeat the question,
yes,
please, so that he can also hear properly.
Major General Sohi, do you think that the Iranian military was, severely sort of underestimated by Israel and the US?
Yeah, understood. In fact, I would say yes and no, both. Because US had carried out proper analysis of the Iranian, and that's why they had taken precaution, and they had reinforced their air defense system, they had reinforced their fighter aircraft, they had brought in air refuelers, and they had brought in the second aircraft carrier. However, what happened that when we talk of the strategy and tactics, it does not matter, because Iran also tried to overwhelm the air defense system. Any and every air defense system has a limit up to which numbers they can handle the incoming projectiles. Second thing is, Iran is also using cluster bombs in Israel, which also, like one missile goes, and after some time when it is descending, the number of projectiles, number of different missiles come out, and then they become so many more targets. It becomes a big challenge for the air defense system to handle that. That's why they are getting success. So you are right from that point of view that they are underestimated. The number of missiles they have produced, the number of hypersonic missiles they've been able to produce, and they are creating havoc in Israel in spite of large number of missiles being down. I would say that they are using a mix of drones, whichever areas are closer by, like UAE, Qatar, they're basically using drones. because the drones can reach, and they're just across the Persian Gulf. And Bahrain also, they are using mostly drones. In Israel, they are using mainly missiles, because drones are generally shot down on the way, distance, because of distance. So they are using decoys, they are using missiles, and they are using it intelligently. So in spite of about 95% being destroyed, about 5% are able to reach the target, which is causing a lot of damage and a lot of headlines too. I mean, it is shown in the social media and the news, also creating a lot of pressure on the image and the credibility of the defense system. So I would say defense system quite credible, but however, with a small percentage also, there are some damages are being done to the American and Israeli assets. Ishita.
Right, Major General, do continue to stay with us. We've got some breaking developments right now. France, in fact, has said it will be dispatching a warship to Cyprus. Officials say that France will dispatch warship to Cyprus now to help bolster the country's anti-drone defenses, and this comes after a drone struck a UK military base on the East Mediterranean island. Now, France says it will be sending additional land-based anti-drone and anti-missile systems to, in fact, Cyprus. It has been confirmed. Germany also responded positively to a request to send a warship, according to three officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity, because they were, in fact, not permitted to provide details. As remember, this is an ongoing operation. It says that equipment will arrive in Cyprus as soon as possible. So we're looking at not just Gulf countries being pulled into this war in West Asia, but also Europe. First it was Greece, United Kingdom, and now France will also be dispatching warship to Cyprus. Let me take this across to Major General Soy, who is present with us. Major General, not just Gulf countries, we're looking at Europe also now being pulled into this war. First it was UK, Greece, and now France says it will be dispatching a warship to Cyprus.
Absolutely right. That's why I feel, has Iran done a mistake by attacking Greece? Because that was one thing which was a trigger. Earlier, UK, France and Germany were more or less fence-sitter. They said, okay, we'll not take part, we'll just morally support you, but they were not taking part in the operations. After this, the whole thing has undergone a change. UK has agreed to provide bases to the US. In fact, if you see yesterday, Mr. Trump had made a very strong statement against England that they refused to provide us bases in Diego Garcia. So, and he was quite annoyed. But now things have changed. And with this, I think this will add on to the more difficulties, with the France also sending the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier and their flotilla. So that will definitely add on to the problems of Iran, I think, which they could have been avoided. Hannah.
Right. Major General Sanjay Sohi, in fact, also the fact that, yesterday an airbase of the UK and also an additional airstrip was struck by Iranian missiles. And today France has stepped in to back the UK in the war. Do you also think that, Iran is, by its own actions, isolating itself, not just in the region, but globally, by launching so many strikes against different countries?
Absolutely. Probably that is the biggest miscalculation Iran has done. They thought that by attacking these, they would be able to rise the Muslim Brotherhood. However, on the one hand, the way they have carried out attacks on the countries in Middle East, they have annoyed them because they attacked their assets. They caused some casualties. They caused the dent in the images of these countries because they are all royalty governed. Then attack in the Cyprus. Also, the whole Europe is now against them. So, whosoever was fence-sitter, Iran, by their own doing, have also brought in, and they are now acting actively against Iran. That is the point. Now, earlier they were just modern fence-sitter, but now that will add on to the support to the Israel and USA. Not only mental, psychologically, but also physical support. This will definitely increase the problems for Iran. Ishita.
Major General, I want to ask you, you were mentioning that, how world over countries are now taking sides. China today came out to back Iran. As far as India is concerned, sir, we have commercial interests in the region. There are diaspora concerns as well. How is New Delhi looking at all of these developments?
Very tightrope walk, I would say, for diplomats. It's very, very difficult. In the present situation, we had friendly relations with Iran. Prime Minister just been to Israel. We have friendly relations with US and all other Gulf countries. So it is at present very, very tightrope. As India has always maintained a stand that we are not supporting war. We are looking for whatever demands are there, reduction nuclear or change in regime should to be resolved in a peaceful manner. That is our stand. But however, things are very, very difficult and different at present. And on the other side also, I would say that India has also taken proactive measures to ensure the security of American, Israeli and Iranian citizens in India. We have enhanced the security of these embassies and consulates, and by the Home Ministry, directions have been issued to the police and law enforcing agencies to ensure that no unlawful activities or no illegal gathering should be allowed, because the way things are happening in Pakistan and some other parts of the world should not be repeated in India. Ishita.
Right, sir. Right. Major General Sanjay Sohi, in fact, also keeping on to the same story, we spoke about Iran's isolation, we spoke about India's tightrope stand, but also a very loud and clear message. Just a day before the war breaks out, the Indian Prime Minister was meeting, Benjamin Netanyahu, and right after that, this war has broken out, and then India has managed to maintain neutrality. So what's your take on that, sir?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Very, very difficult. But however, right from beginning, in fact, you see, India has maintained a standard stand. We have not deviated from our stand. That is one very good quality of the present government. You see, in Russia-Ukraine war, we are friendly to Russia, we are friendly to Ukraine, we are friendly to Russia, we are friendly to USA also. European Union, we are friends. We are friends with all the countries in the Middle East. The way they came over to India last month, and then the European Union people came to India, the Canadian Prime Minister there. You see the way we are handling and diplomacy across the globe is totally unparalleled and very absolutely amazing. In view of the present situation also, we are friendly with Israel and Iran also, and we are, as I mentioned, with the Gulf countries also. So we are definitely maintaining the same relationship. And if you remember, on the one hand, our Prime Minister has been honored by the Israelis, and on the other hand, earlier he was honored by, in 2017, I thought, he was honored by the PLO also with the highest award. And with the other Gulf countries also awarded him highest awards. Yeah. It's a very, very, I would say, credible for Indian diplomacy and our leadership to maintain this kind of stand and relationship across the globe.
Right, Major General. So, in fact, that was a great roundup. Viewers, were also quickly shifting focus to the breaking developments that we're tracking from Pakistan this time. Now, the Pakistan government has imposed widespread shutdowns in the cities of Karachi and Lahore following the attack on the US consulate. Now, remember, Karachi protests that happened yesterday have continued till today. In fact, the US consulate in Lahore has also been set ablaze. You can see people and protesters angry. The mob actually throwing petrol bombs at the gate of the US consulate in Lahore. That's the latest that we're picking up. And yesterday in Karachi, the protests swelled up and even have continued and leaked into today morning. Also, we saw visuals from Pakistan. And now, as the US consulate in Karachi has shut down its operations until Friday, the latest that we're learning is Pak has also imposed a shutdown in Lahore after the attack on US consulate.
All right, viewers, we're now slipping into a very short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. Republic's rolling coverage on West Asia war continues on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से, MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Ishita Mitra, and viewers, this is our rolling coverage on the West Asia war. I have my colleague Gesu Bharadwaj also present with me.
And we're completely covering what's happening, the latest details of the war, how the war is just not broken out between Israel, Iran and the US, but is engulfing the entire Gulf region. Getting you all the details, but here's your headlines. First, take a look.
Massive development as China issues veiled warning to US and Israel. Chinese foreign minister calls on his Iranian counterpart.
As war rages on in West Asia, Pakistan President pleads India for talks, says Pakistan ready to come to the negotiation table.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Donald Trump declares Iran operation likely to last 4 to 5 weeks. Adds on, US will go longer if needed.
Israel launches two-pronged attack as it launches strikes on both Beirut and Tehran.
Iran launches a fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
Following the beginning of this operation, at my direction, the State Department activated a 24/7 task force, surging personnel and resources necessary to help provide American citizens with up-to-the-minute safety and security information.
U.S. State Department issues advisory to citizens in West Asia, urging them to evacuate as soon as possible. Viewers, now quickly tracking the latest that we're getting in, and now the Iranian Red Crescent Society has said that at least 787 people in Iran have been killed in the US-Israeli airstrikes in the war so far. The first time that we've actually gotten a hang of the numbers in the ongoing war. Now, Iranian Red Crescent Society says over 700 people have been killed in Iran in the US-Israel strikes. Now, remember, these are not just military numbers. These are also civilians who've been killed in heavy numbers in Iran. Yesterday, we also saw the carpet bombing of Tehran, the capital of Iran. And after that, the Iranian Red Crescent Society says over 700 killed. Ishita.
Right, of course, Gesu. Yesterday, the numbers were also put up. It stood somewhere around 500, and now what we're looking at is 787, which means that the death toll continues to rise as the US and Israel continue with their carpet bombing, with their attacks on several Iranian cities, and